hey. So, I got something for you, and, you know, it's for the best that this is the second run at this. I told you before I did that first run that isn't real and never was and never will be, that I liked to start things at the beginning. In media res annoys me. Prequels annoy me. So it didn't seem right to just jump in to this particular project. You weren't there when there was no executable, much less a game. You weren't there when what was available was a museum of bad choices you made called a hangar and nothing else. You didn't see Arena Commander go live and dash the hopes of a lot of nerds who very, very quickly found out that they have no ability to reason in 3 dimensions and, in fact, will not be able to emulate their favorite anime Space Idiot in order to be the best of the best of the best 10-year-old pilots to ever graduate early from military, high school, or whatever it is you people are into these days. You didn't witness the phrase space burqa being thrown around when it was announced that spacesuits on female avatars wouldn't have a tit window to satisfy the saddest boners around. It's been some time since any of that. It's been some time since I spent what I spent on this project. I don't want you to do what I did, lost things. Beside, not behind. You know how it works. Times were different. Life was different. It's about to be different again. Appropriately, so is this project. I keep calling it that because it's not finished, not by a long shot. I'm sure you've come here with one notion or another about it in your head. The title is of some consequence, isn't it? I'm not going to tongue this thing's beehole, nor am I going to shriek scam at the top of my lungs and throw things. I just want you to see what I see. I want you to know what I know. I would also like you to tell me if I'm crazy or all the world is, but you'll get to that when you get to it. Recently, though not as recently as the run that wasn't, this project has seen a major revamp to the only core loop that has seen any development attention: combat. Most of the people here are relearning it, myself included, and so it seemed appropriate to mark this as a kind of beginning. We'll get there. I'll talk about it. I'll show it to you. But first, I want to show you the world. Tall order, maybe, but consider it an extended, expensive game of 2 truths and a lie, where all facts are shifting between those states, and sometimes occupying superpositions of true lie. Not like the movie, though. That's different. Let me give you ears. And then let me give you eyes. And you'll go just partially deaf for a moment while I make sure that everything is working. Yes? Yes. Okay. So you can see it if you didn't read the title, and if you didn't read the title, then I'm confused, but, well, you live your life any which way you choose. This is Star Citizen. I've been around this project since 2013, something like that, I want to say. That sounds right? I made notes about this. Somewhere. Fuck it. I believe that summer after they had closed their original Kickstarter is when we jumped on. I'll have to double check at some point in time. So, you know, way back in the day, way back when excitement was high and bank accounts were full, and it seemed like things could not go wrong. Several things did. But only some of them were within this project, and to be fair, they aren't things that necessarily couldn't have gone wrong in another project. This isn't what it's built up to be. Not by the people who adore it, and not by the people who loathe it. Those people are fucking lunatics, and I am a different kind of lunatic. Maybe one that can present something that's a little bit more genuine, let's say. There are a number of streamers who have streamed this and do great big events and things that are entertaining for an audience to witness and to fawn over and crow about. I am, well, me. And so what I'm going to do is not necessarily what they would do. I would like you to see what it is that... Oop, hang on a second. There we go. That should probably fix it. Anyway, I'm going to do what it is that I do, and that is present the game as it is, as I see it, as I think it should be shown for anyone who may be interested, or may be interested in showing their friends how much of a scammer Chris Roberts is. Mr. Roberts, noted fan of the show. I don't think you're a scam artist. I think your management style has a lot of holes, let's say. But I don't think that you are malicious. You should probably fire a lot of the people in your vehicle development pipeline, though. Or at least really start cracking the whip, but it's getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Let's visit our location, shall we? We're just going to the Stanton system. It's the only system that exists. You can read the stuff about it. It's only got a few planets. They have not finished another star system yet. And this one is the only place that we've been able to putter around for quite some time. Don't worry about the friends list. You know, I know some people. I've met them. They've been present. Some of them are folks that stop by when we do our usual walks. Oh boy, the rights to the planets. And just to note, I don't think I'll bother to post the entirety of the system specs because I don't fucking care. But if you are wondering, this is the loading time on a solid-state drive. It's not on an M2, it's just, you know, a solid-state drive plugged into a fucking SATA connection, but still. You give it a second, because it takes a second. And sometimes it does lock itself into an infinite loading loop. We'll know in a moment or two whether or not it's done that. There's kind of a fixed amount of time where you can usually tell. And you just have to ride it out. For a while, there was also a console that you could access. I may end up fat fingering one of the keys that typically brings it up, and we'll see if it still exists then, but I don't have an interest in any of that. So, right off the bat, we're waking up somewhere that you don't typically wake up. On your first entry into the world, you'll be asked to pick one of 3 cities, and that's what it is that I want to do today, is to show you what a fucking nightmare those places are. Actually, I think there's 4 now. Yeah, they just added a 4th one. They are terrible to get in and out of. We should kill chat. Largely because, you know, there's sometimes there's some things in there. You know the things. The things that those gamer boys will say that I don't have any time or patience for. And so here we are, in an easy hab. We're on a space station, and you tend to see people park at these because they're much quicker to get in and out of, though this one does appear empty. It may or may not remain that way. Speaking of empty, get used to that. For all of the screaming and complaining about player versus player environments, we can go quite some time, months in fact, years even, without stumbling across another soul, because there are only 50 people per server. Not exactly massively multiplayer, but multiplayer all the same. They plan on increasing those with some sort of server meshing technology and so on and so forth. Cool, I believe it when I... Oh, it's the void. You know how that is. So we have to try a different elevator. Hello? Are you real? Yes. Anyway, we'll see. It's... whatever, you know? A whole lot of these things are supposedly untested technologies, but I don't have the energy to go and find out, say, what it is that PlanetSide 2 has done for its servers. I don't fucking care. It's whatever. You'll figure it out, or you fucking won't. And that's where I'm at, as far as the massively multiplayer part of it. Speaking of, we will be piloting almost exclusively, quote, multiplayer ships.
Welcome.
Hey, how you doing? And this is because I don't really like the way the little ones fly. I just don't. They've never been my favorite. I should check something real quick. No, my settings. Oh no, you're seeing all of my settings. There's race commentary, but it's not what you're thinking. Headphones, sure, fine. Blah, blah, blah. Now, this is what I need. Mute microphone, yes, okay, great. And I have it, set to the other one. Cool. I just didn't want to be bugging people with my rambling. I mean, you know, you opted in for it, so that's on you. But they don't need that. You can see the NPCs all have, like, some pretty basic behaviors. She'll turn and look at us if she detects that we're looking at her. Oh, and leave. Or just stare at the wall. Pathing's not great. The shopkeeps will continue to repeat greetings if you're within their range. The environments look alright. You know, this is nice. Of note, we can take a look at our dude here. I put on some gold pants. I don't know if I care for them. The idea was that they would look sort of like a solar foil. But, eh. But this is the typical getup, and it's the typical setup. Somewhat recently they announced that you would be losing whatever it is that you were wearing should your character die, due to, their new medical gameplay, which is just another timer, honestly. It's not really gameplay, it's waiting. And a lot of people don't seem to understand the distinction there. I'm not saying that some things shouldn't take time, and that downtime isn't necessary, and in some points, like, really quite nice. But to call it gameplay is a bit too far. So like I said, space station. At some points when you're at a busy one, you can watch ships come and go and dock and take off. It's space. All of these things are now in these big old nebulae. I'm not sure what their thought process there was. I think it was because the star is very bright. Stanton. It's piercing. And so their solution was to throw a big old cloud of gas, but sometimes a big old cloud of gas malfunctions and it surrounds you in a very bright poly storm. You probably noticed some meters when we woke up. Those are hunger and thirst meters, so we do have to eat and drink. But it's at a very low rate. And let me check something here. Are we losing oxygen in this pizza place? Some pizza places aren't oxygenated, which is fun. It doesn't look like we are, so okay. I'm sorry, this is a burrito place. It doesn't matter. Some of the spots where you buy the things to eat and drink have no breathable air. You got your sodas, you got your water. This is what buying these things looks like. Okay. And you tap it, and oh good. We can investigate the water bottle. Great. I don't know why it makes my head move. I'm getting real sassy with this bottle. Anyway, we can carry it, we can drop it, we can place it, we can store it. We're gonna store it. And we stick it somewhere inside this armor that I'm wearing. And now I have this water for later. Getting our ship to a hangar involves going over to these security terminals, and I should note, you know, we can quicken our walking by hitting the scroll wheel. Get a good purposeful strut going. Look at us. Look at us. A lot of these ships are loners, so don't pay attention to this lineup. Where is it? And what you've just seen me do is unfuck their call thing. For whatever reason, this ship in particular never seems to want to populate on the list. Don't know why. So you have to scroll up and down a couple of times in order to get it to show up. There are single-seaters that I have. We'll show them, but like I said, they're not to my taste. Pad 5. Pardon me. This is another NPC. They will just walk in a straight line, not bothering to deviate, not for anything. Sometimes they'll push you away from consoles or from desks and so on and so forth, and that's a joy. You just get to go on a trip. Other players can do that to you too, and some people have been pushing others into elevators and posting videos about it. I guess. I mean, you have to be away from your computer for a good long time. Anyway, so axometer AI aside, they're also just not terribly smart, and a lot of this is due to the server not being very good. At least not very good for handling what it's handling. They'll just sort of act extremely simplistically. They will pursue a singular objective or a singular point in order to reach it, and then break. They'll stand on chairs. They'll stand all lined up, just idle and staring at you. Anyway, this ship here is going to be our primary driver, at least until I fuck around for a moment or two and see what it is that I would like to fly. I'm not in love with this. And I have plenty of room to play around with what is and is not in my inventory. But it's alright. This is the constellation Aquila, or Aquila. It's the exploration variant of its line. They all are fairly similar. This one, aside from a couple of minor differences, is not any different from the Andromeda and, what the fuck is the other one? The Taurus, because they named it after a bull. There's a snub fighter that can now be launched. That's neat, I guess. It can dock and undock, and it's also extremely fragile and blows up immediately. Sometimes it blows up while it's still attached to the ship. Our missiles are ghosts. Because we have some airlocks on the sides. This is one of the ships that's due for an update. There's our cargo bay down there. Whenever they get around to it, great, but I keep hoping that something else will be finished before then, and it'll tickle my fancy. We got beds. We have 4 beds. The table is in the floor, which is a terrible idea for a table. We have gun racks. You can put things in these lockers if you want. We have a shower toilet. Toilet folds down from there, I believe. I don't think anything in here is working right now. Yeah, nothing's fucking working right now. Cool and good. Good job. Fire extinguisher, which doesn't do anything. Storage. Maybe some sort of food prep is up there or over here would make more sense. But, again, none of it works presently. There's a couch. And we have 4 beds. We have 5 stations. That's a turret. That's the Explorer module scanning station up there, which does nothing. The turret does something. And these 2 co-pilot seats or co-operator seats, because I don't see a flight stick on either of them. Also don't do anything for the time being. So, I mean, this is as good a time as any to start launching into the multiplayer issues, right? We'll run our startup sequence so you can see that. There we are. It started.
Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
So you can power on the entirety of the ship, the engines, or the weapons in, you know, any kind of order that you like. Usually you're just going to press on and everything's going to come on. That's fine. The other things you'll turn on and off as they suit you. Me, I like to power down my engines on the pad because then nothing weird happens with the physics. Sometimes the ship will vibrate and continue vibrating and just kind of fall off or destroy itself, or kill you as it drifts into you. Engines are on. So where are we and what's closest? Well, let's not focus on closest, let's just focus on other things. What we're gonna do here is, we're probably going to park this at another space station. That makes sense to me. And then we'll take a smaller one down to the planet because it's easier to get up and off that way. So, we've locked in a route. That's the star map. You can see the entirety of Stanton here. The star, its planets, Crusader, ArcCorp, Hurston, and Microtech. The planets are all owned by corporations. How lovely. And they have space stations set up at these Lagrange points. Okay. That's it. That's it. See? Hooray. We have to contact air traffic control, who is always on your friends list.
You are clear to launch.
Okay, thank you.
Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
Alright. And a lot of the game right now is this. And this is one of the reasons that I don't really care for the small ships. They have slow quantum drives, which is our interplanetary and then eventually one of the components of our interstellar travel.
And please visit again. Quantum drive is now on.
So, multiplayer. With these seats and the turrets and everything being what they are, a lot of people have been screeching, as they screech, about how if you want to play this or any game by yourself, then you are somehow doing it wrong. Well, in a smaller ship, one person in one seat would be handling the functions of all of these. I don't see the reason that you shouldn't be able to do that in a larger ship. If you already know the dance, you know the dance, and then it becomes a matter of preference for flight profiles, or for weapons loadouts, or, in fact, fuel tanks. This can go farther than any of the single-seaters. And, well, if I can already do the controls dance, as I can, I'm not going to pretend that I'm the best at it, but I'm alright. Then why should I have to have functions ripped out of my hands to facilitate the, we'll say, compulsory inclusion of some knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing troglodyte, who quite literally would be avoided into obscurity if games didn't make you take them along? Doesn't seem right to me. If these people who frequently yammer about enforcing group play were at all worth being around, they wouldn't have to worry about enforcement of their preferred playstyle. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy. So like I said, this is what a lot of the game is. We're out here on our own. We have to unfuck the root system, because sometimes it fucks itself right up. But we're not able to plot our own points yet. We have to select destinations that exist, so this may as well be a loading screen. Apparently that's going away again soon, because it used to be that you could fling yourself in a direction and kind of have that be the case. But off, thank you. No need to have it on anymore. We're just going to approach the station. I'm sure you can already see a problem with the constellation design. I'm sure it's right in the middle of the fucking screen. They all have this problem. This one, the other ones with the pointier cockpit. People have said that they prefer it this way, that it adds flavor. They're idiots. Plain and simple. I don't... It's not a matter of preference at that point. You're a buffoon. I'm not sure why it is that you would insist on, being partially blind in the only place there where it actually matters. You could just as easily remove these from the center of the pilot's view and leave the others and still have an alright viewport and preserve that flavor and difference that you're so fucking obsessed over. You know, those words that you don't understand the meaning of that you parrot endlessly. As if an impediment was the only way to express identity, right? Where does that notion spring from? Oh, and I should... Just in case, I don't think I saw anything terrible in there just yet, but... we should. There we go. Yeah, nothing awful. Just making sure, money loss bug, blah 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 blah. Yeah. There. Excellent. Now we don't have to worry. Oh, making sure. Sure, fine, that's fine. You gave us our spot. Okay.
Landing gear deployed.
And we took it away. Maybe it's because it was actually processing that second request. It's fine.
Landing gear raised.
We just harassed them for a moment. Hello? I'm sorry.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Witchin'. That. Okay. Yeah, that one was my bad. It happens. So, we have to line ourselves up. And I don't have any kind of fancy equipment that I'm playing this with. It's mouse, keyboard, and my monitor, and of course my headset, so that I can say these things to you. We can land this manually, and this time I will, and we'll see another problem of the constellation design. We're going to set this down as gently as I can.
Landing complete.
And at 1 meter per second, that's in meters per second, you see how far the nose pitches down. That's because of the way this stupid fucking thing is shaped. You would think that the preponderance of mass... the preponderance? I don't think that's the right word. The predominant... The predominance, there it is. We found it, we got there, of mass would be in the rear where all that shit is, but it still attempts to kiss that fucking landing pad when you're landing, even at 1 meter per second. Which is as slow as the fucker will go. I've tried it. Anyway, once you're at a landing pad, you can bring up this menu. It used to be that if you clicked these all at once, it would break and not give you any of what it is that you have been requesting. I'm not sure if that's the case. We'll test it in a moment or two. But for right now, because I'm trying to avoid any hiccups that are avoidable, we'll do it one at a time, like I've had to for quite some time. There we are. Engines off. Out of the seat. There we are, and I won't be bothering to show off the loner ships. Because I ain't keeping them. No, I don't like them. And this isn't really a spot to do that. It's not what it is that I'm focused on. If somehow you are watching me and not watching a guy named Cameral, that is C-A-M-U-R, A-L. I'll see about linking his channel in the description. Hopefully I remember to do that. I'll leave myself a note, but God knows if I'll read it. You are fucking up. You should watch him instead. He's much more informative and much more concise, I'll also add. He'll give you your tours, he'll give you your tests. He'll give you cat pictures. He's got them. I've seen them. But me, you know, I'm aiming for that experiential shit. This is also a big part of it. You know, we go from spot to spot, and we ride the elevator wherever it is that we're going, and in order to select something, or buy food, or what have you. We're never staying long, and, you know, hey, it could just be that it's me that plays that way. Alright, so... It's gotta check. There we go. Please. Okay. Our ship is now stored. It's in unknown, apparently. It's pretty good. We'll see if we have to do something about that when we land. We're going to use this one to go the rest of the way. This is one of their newer designs. I like the way that it looks, but I don't know that I'm keeping it. I do a lot of shuffling and reshuffling with my store credit. It's pretty much what I'm up to. I'm trying to find something that I really enjoy and really want to use for a very long period of time. We have at least one contender for that, and we'll make it a point to show you that before we're done here. This one, by the way, is just going to last as long as it lasts. So if I get done before the 2 hours, great. If it takes longer, also great. I'm aiming to do something rather than just, you know, clocking in for a little bit and then clocking out to go do something else. There it is on pad 2. Now this is from a different manufacturer, and again I will say, to their compliment, the manufacturers do have different design language. This is a consolidated outland ship, supposed to be some sort of analog to Tesla, I believe, was one of their comparisons. And when I scoot over here and show you the profile of the ship, you'll go, oh, right, with the Cybertruck thing. Looks better as a spaceship, real goofy as a fucking ground vehicle, right? We'll enter. Well, this could be problematic. Oh, we're fine. So, sometimes when the animation plays like that, you end up clipped into the wall, and then you die. It just happens. The weird part is that you can view your cargo through this little fucking porthole, but you can't actually, like, access it. That just lowers the bed. And they say close cargo bay, but you're not really closing anything. It's got like a pickup truck back. This is components, and those are the for real components. I believe that's a power supply and a shield generator. No, that's a cooler? It might be a cooler, might be the quantum drive. So the ship components themselves are all kind of these boxy things. There's our turlet. No shower turlet, just a turlet. And this is supposed to be for relatively long hauls, so that seems concerning. That's a closet to keep stuff in. This door is automatic and I can't control it. This is like the little living space, which is an alright living space. We got a cooktop, a sink, some storage for stuff, a bed to sleep on, a space plant, a regular plant, some books, some coffee mugs. It's a nice little spot. It just needs a shower over there. No reason not to add one. Seat looks nice too, right? That's a comfy looking seat. I like that seat. Much better view than the Constellation. On. And that turns everything on. You see the shield critical thing, and we can adjust our power by manipulating this triangle. I have keybinds for it. Some people like to set up additional keybinds and macros to get a specific split of things, but my fingers are long and I can reach whatever it is that I like. So I just touch one of the buttons that puts everything in one direction or another until it's charged, and then swap it back to mid when I don't particularly need any one thing more than the other. That is a new thing. It used to be that you could fuck with the power triangle, but why? This is part of the capacitor gameplay, and it's one of those things where I go, I don't think anyone on your team understands what the fuck a capacitor is. The way that a capacitor ought to be, and the way... Oh, wow, switched right back to it, did it? Anyway. The way that a capacitor ought to be, and the way that it, frankly, should work. I should probably just use the MFD, shouldn't I? Safer.
Complete.
Is that... the system has enough power to do whatever the fuck it is that you're doing. You know, you're talking about headspace on a charge. Well, not even a charge, but a current. As far as what it is that your generator is generating, that's stuff that runs on the hydrogen.
Quantum travel engaged.
And anything over that gets stored in a capacitor to give a system a boost when you want one. That's a capacitor. That's how it do. Ooh. That was fun. Some frame rate drops there for no good reason. Probably a server thing. That happens a lot. You'll start moving, and the server will go, I don't know where you are. Anyway, what these are is more like an accumulator. The reactor that's running this thing apparently does not have enough to run everything at once. It has enough to run everything at about 33%. So you have a limited amount of charge that you can expend before it has to then charge back up, and that's only going to happen at a rate that does not allow the system to run continuously. This is a system for and by assholes. There's nothing I can do about it, but there you have it. I'm sure you've also noticed that this is much slower than the Constellation. We were only 2 million away, and we're still traveling. Looks neat-ish, though. And there we are, ArcCorp. So this will be the first of the 4 main cities. We'll look around some. I'm not going to promise to go to every last fucking spot because no. And frankly, they're not that interesting. There we are.
Quantum travel.
And yes, getting any kind of distance from the planetary landing spot. Ooh, this is going to be a rough one. Does it involve another quantum travel? Where the game autopilots and maybe crashes, we're not sure yet. Area 18 may simply be unstable. There it is. The cities are always like this. They are the worst spots in the game to play it. Their performance is terrible, and I'm never entirely sure why. It's not as if they are all that dense as far as things to see and do. They just kind of suck. So you'd look at this, right, and you'd think, wow, big city. This is a lie. Not that it's big, it takes up a sizable chunk of the map, and we'll get closer and you'll go, oh wow, no, it is quite scaled. There's just very little to do within it, and very little that you actually can access within it. We can sweep real low over these things, but it's not really going to matter terribly much. The only place that we can land and have anything happen is at the spaceport. And so the spaceport is where it is that we're going to wind up, but we'll take you on into the city itself. We'll see if we get a trespassing thing. Sometimes that happens. Where they go, that's a restricted area. Crime stat. You gotta go to jail now. And jail is its own kettle of fish. There's a city, and oh look, there's another player. Yes, hello. I see your comlink. It's not from the player, it's from, yeah, air traffic control. who is requesting that I talk to them. So we'll talk to them. How far away am I? Not very. But of course, there's no guarantee that it's going to, I should turn on the VTOLs. Make sure that we stay upright. I'm not sure what the VTOLs are on this particular boat. They don't seem to have anything that is like displaying, but alright. The VTOLs are on. Hello. Hello. There we go. Wormst? Sir? There it is. Alright. There's our landing bay. Look at us. We're gonna land. Alright, chill out. That tells me again there's a restricted area. And something you'll notice about a lot of these landing spots is that you can't fucking see them. So you have to switch to a third-person view or buy another piece of expensive hardware in order to make that viable. And they are also very, very tight. Too tight. Tight enough to where I go, you didn't finish the metrics, did you? And no, they didn't. They built the hangars first and then the ships afterward, and nobody talked to each other, and now things don't work right. And yepperoonies, that's how that goes. Welcome to software. Whoop. Well, fuck it. We're in. Depth perception is difficult with these things. In fact, I think we are at a weird angle. And I'm not going to be able to fix that until... There we are. I can see my instruments. Okay, so that's what that's going to look like. That's fine. Now, as we get closer, this doesn't have the same problem as a Constellation, but I can hold my landing gear button, and yours will be a different button depending on what it is you're fucking around with. Or if you just want it to be. And tell it to automatically land, and it'll position us in a way. And then eventually settle on this landing pad. They recently changed the amount of thrust that the directional thrusters apply. And the computer doesn't quite know how to level you out now. So you get this action. Which I think is pretty good and pretty funny. Because it's working on outdated thrust values. And is going, no, oh, whoop, we're off target again. Ah, shit, correct the other direction. Nope, too hard, not fast enough, gotta do it even better this time. Nope, again, shit. And this is also how it is a lot of these things wind up flying. The Constellation in particular, our daily driver for now, has big problems with oversteering and just being generally unresponsive, even when compared to ships much larger than it. Okay. Well, everything's fixed. We'll turn off our engines, and you would think that that would mean that this would come crashing to the ground. It is floating after all. I think I left my legs behind. Hang on. Oh no, they're where they should be. Alright, we're just gonna go with the honor system then. It seemed like they were still attached to the pedals when we pulled away, but that may have just been my brain. Nicer in the light, isn't it? Cozy spot. Open, please. Wish it had a shower. Open. That showed up very close. Exit ship, please. And yep, climbing on down that is a canned animation. So as to, you know, make sure that you don't fuck yourself up. Anyway, this landing gear is one of the things that I do like about it. Even though it's fucking goofy, I would rather they go full goofy than whatever the fuck it is that they're attempting with the Constellation. It always hovers. These are always on. I don't know how or why. It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, this is a point of contention among a lot of people where they go, well, rule of cool, and then others say, but the game is very realistic, and no, it's definitely not realistic, not even a little bit. The ship designs in particular are pretty bad. Like, they're pretty bad. These thrusters being where they are is better than most, but it's still too far away from the center of mass to adequately, like, propel this fucking thing. They're also tiny, so unless they are throwing out at a truly enormous amount of... these are ion thrusters, I think? That's what they're supposed to be. So the force on those has to be fucking crazy. To the point where I'm surprised that it doesn't just shoot through the frame and, you know, take off like a fucking rocket that way. There's no way that they're staying fixed if they're that small and that powerful. And that far away from the center of mass, which is where it is that you have to put things if you want to move them in space. It don't work, and the Constellation is even worse, and a lot of ships are even fucking worse than these. I don't know why. It's just that someone thinks they look cool. But I just... Again, to every artist out there, I want to tell you...
You exceeded the allotted time to depart.
Oh.
You have to return your ship to storage.
Okay, go ahead then. Don't touch it. You'll lose your legs if you are on that when it vanishes.
Initiating ship storage procedure.
Hey, man.
For your safety, please vacate the area.
Same helmet, huh?
Thank you for your cooperation.
It's a good helmet. I like it. It's, you know, it's fully enclosed. It protects all your bits. We see through a camera.
Procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area.
I don't know what's with the soft spot on the back. That doesn't track. It doesn't make sense at all. Or on the sides, for that matter. If the thing is made of plates that are supposed to intercept impacts, the soft stuff on the outside doesn't serve any purpose. And that ties into what it is that I was saying previously. I mean, like, here, we'll have this conversation together, you and me. Artists, I know that you went into art to get away from all of that math and science and shit. Those things that scare you and disgust you. You're gonna have to do math and science and shit in order to make your art make sense. And your art making sense is part of making your art good. I know. It's hard. It's a hard pill to swallow. It is. But, you know, you're going to have to figure out some basic things about physics. It really will improve your drawing, or painting, or modeling, or what have you. You'll be able to put together shapes, and communicate ideas and scenes and, you know, a sense of place and time in ways that you simply weren't able to previously because you know the rules of how that works. Isn't that right, friend? Do we have the same gloves, too? Nice. 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 Your gun's small. Yeah, small gun. Handy, though. I guess maybe in the future the barrel doesn't need to be long, because right now this thing would be wasting powder. Just wasting it. And this is still a chemically driven shell, so, like, it, you know, primer gets struck, cooks off the power goes, ah! And, the projectile goes that way, and the fucking case comes out that hole. This one, this very AR-looking dust cover hole. Yeah, maybe it's just like the ammunition's tuned for short barrels, huh? I don't know. What's it say on your neck? What's it say on your neck? Zoom in, enhance. Hold still. Hold still. Stop. It looks like nothing. It looks like it says nothing on your neck. I don't know why you have a neck display. Good day. Alright. So, ArcCorp. We go to Riker Memorial Spaceport. They said they were going to store my ship and they fucking didn't. They're liars. I have to store it manually now, which is bullshit. That's where you can buy clothing. But I wear armor all the time. Something that people have been very unhappy with, they say that it breaks immersion. I say if your job is space and you're not wearing a spacesuit at all times, you're a fucking idiot. It breaks immersion to say that, you know, if somebody is on the job, that they would always be wearing their work harness? What is that? It just breaks immersion. I'm dumb as fuck, and I've never been on a job site of any kind in my life. And like, if this is your everyday commute, you know, you drive in space now, yes, you're going to wear a spacesuit all the time. Now, granted, they should probably make me check this fucking railgun at customs, right? Like, that's a problem. Same thing with the rifle here. Maybe not my sidearm, which I don't know that you can see past my... Yeah, it's clipped into my thigh. Provided that I have the right permit for it. But, like, you know, the armor is not the issue. Okie doke. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's going to make me claim it yet. Okay. I guess it's now actually stored. Let's just go ahead and start this claim process because I don't trust it. And we'll probably be stuck here longer than 13 minutes anyway. So this is what happens if you, like, lose your ship or something similar. You start a claim process, you can pay an expedited fee to shorten the time. But again, this is waiting. They say that it's consequence. It's not consequence. If I lose my ship and I don't feel like paying, I will get up, I will get some water, I will get myself a snack, whatever. Sit back down, watch a YouTube video, bullshit with whoever happens to be in the Discord at any point in time, and then go on like it never happened. I'm not hurt. There was no consequence of my actions. There was only time spent. And if I am, say, a bad actor interested in causing trouble, I've got all day to do this. This is the VIP lounge, I guess. It's got a coffee machine. Express coffee, do you get it? We can't use the coffee machine. Oh, they've actually got music playing. And it's not just like the Star Citizen orchestral stuff, though that is very good. The guy's name escapes me right now. I'm sure I'll look it up and talk to you about it later. But he's done wonderful work. I mean, absolutely wonderful work in putting together a soundscape for this project. And I hope he doesn't end up wild-starred. And what I mean by that is, oh, that's like a fucking tough book, huh? Okay, well, I mean, that makes sense.
Their job is your safety.
What I mean by that is I hope he doesn't put in a ton of work for an extremely good soundtrack for a game that goes up in fucking smoke because the developers could not get their pants off their head. Ooh, red. Midlife crisis red. And a ball cap with a skull on it. Look at you go. Yeah, good luck there, Pencil Dick. I don't trust that this isn't a player. Their gun is stowed. That guy's not a player. We saw his clone. Got bags of trash. So, you know, this is that point where they should probably make me check this railgun. Maybe they will in the future. But, right now I'm just gonna walk on through. Like I said, an armored spacesuit makes sense. It shouldn't be all that fucking crazy. There are people that also don't want me to be allowed to sit in a pilot seat in this. Like in this. Of my great big spaceship, I can't sit in a pilot seat. They don't want that. Because it's unbalanced to them, somehow. They don't seem to be able to explain this. Maybe you can, Lost Things. I've heard them say, well, in the case of borders, then the defense shouldn't have that much of an advantage. I'm like, what kind of fucking historical record are you referring to? The defender typically has the advantage. That's how it works. And weren't you supposed to be like the unkillable elite? You're constantly telling people who are in mining ships with no defenses. That's another thing. They're profession-based ships, okay? That are supposed to be for non-combat stuff. Some of them have literally no defenses in a game, in a world where you can be attacked. Oop, we gotta catch the train. Hang on. There we go. Alright. In a game, in a universe where you can be attacked at any point in time, where your commute to work could be interrupted by a shootout between the Federal Navy and, you know, any fucking gang of ne'er-do-wells that have decided that actually they would like to shoot the space station today. They have ships that don't have any kind of guns on them. Excuse me? If you have agreed, okay, that the reaches of space are basically ungovernable, that the Navy and the local cops cannot be everywhere at once, because of course they can't. It would be unfucking fathomable to sell a product meant to go out there that had no capability of defending itself. The idea that you would simply turn and run is hoping that they go, well, he's running away, so we really shouldn't be so mean. That's fucking nuts. And yet, they do it. They do it, and they've done it more than once, and there are people who are claiming that they should do it more often. The reason for this is that they insist that the only way that this game can survive is if there is a, quote, predator-prey dynamic. What they don't seem to understand is that, unlike the real world that they exist in, the prey don't have to be here. They can go anywhere else. So we've taken a big old performance hit on getting to ArcCorp, and again, it's not like insanely detailed. Ah, she's T-posing. Hell yeah. She's supposed to be animated doing something, but we just gotta T-pose. Ah. We got blowing bits. We got that guy. And of course, you know, as you've noticed, it's not all that much different from the Spaceport. It's just that planet-side things fucking suck. Anyway. So, the predator-prey dynamic is a myth made up by people with extremely, extremely, extremely fragile egos, and a self-image based on assuming that they are the top of the food chain. They don't like it when you tell them that not only are they kind of not, because it's a video game and none of this actually fucking matters, they doubly don't like it when someone decides to swing back. They get real so much for the tolerant left about it. There's a screenshot that at some point in time I'll edit for the racism, and share with you that is keenly demonstrative of the results of, say, you know, me looking at chat and going, I don't want to hear this anymore, and then going and doing something about the person who had been shooting people at the pads and saying, well, you should just organize your friends and come fight me about it. I didn't feel like fighting him about it. I felt like lobbing very, very large explosives in their direction and then going on about my business. So that's what I did. And you bet, they got real racist immediately. And, like, that's how it goes, man. That's it. That's your PVA, environment for you. Hey, you're not supposed to be over there, sir. What are you doing over there? Do you have an equalizer on your neck? Oh no, it was just like a weird thing of the camera. Yeah, it looks like an equalizer from here. So, this is kind of the main drag. We landed there. There's a hospital. That'll be coming online shortly. There's this, which, those gears used to spin, but they're not now because I think it's broken. The advertisement hologram that you're seeing is supposed to be behind that. You see the cola fountain that's happening back there? Who knows why it's displaying through everything? But it is. This is nothing and does nothing. These are nothing and do nothing. It's a stock market because everyone likes to think of themselves as a big, strong business boy, a real shark among sharks, you know? I don't. I hate it. This design language is also present within another manufacturer called Origin, and like without the silver trim, if you just make it all white, yeah, it's the same thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure there is a similar plant feature in their great big yacht, the 890 Jump, which we won't be looking at because I didn't spend money on it, because I'm not some tacky moron who thinks that their nouveau riche McMansion is the height of sophistication. At any point in time, any of these people that idolize things like this could develop just a hint of class. Just a hint of it. And realize that if someone is into, say, high consumption, not conspicuous consumption, but high consumption, they're not necessarily going to be putting on all of this kind of ostentatious display to impress anyone. They will instead be opting for materials that are either hard to find or extremely high quality, so that they can then brag to their rich friends about how good this thing is and how we spared no expense at making sure everything was just so. That's not what this looks like to me. This is a poor person dreaming of what a rich person would like. This is a trading console. So you can buy things to load into your ship, and then take them elsewhere and sell them for maybe a profit. Used to be a major monetary loop in the game, but then they decided to completely tank supply and demand. I'm not sure why. And the squad team for boarding, mine 100 ore. None of these things exist. Anyway, they decided that they didn't want people doing that anymore because I guess the took to heart a bunch of crybabies yelling about how it wasn't supposed to be Euro Truck Simulator Space. It's supposed to be Star Citizen, which I guess in their mind means that you're supposed to be shooting each other in the back of the head constantly, and then doing like a dance or something. You gotta get that victory royale, I guess. But, you know, without freighters moving freight, what do pirates have to pirate? Then, you know, what to say bounty hunters have to bounty hunt if the pirates aren't pirating. Customer service doesn't do anything. You can just look at it. Job well. I'll job you well. Got him. And so, you know, again, for one of the major hubs, in a place where... Oh, that's the water. I got it. A place where players spawn. It's quite vacant, isn't it? It's because everyone gets off-planet as quickly as possible, due to the big old performance issues that we experienced coming in. Nice enough looking spot, I guess, but it doesn't impress me in any way, shape, or form. I don't know about you. Maybe you're thrilled by this. Let me just double check to make sure that nothing has gone terribly wrong. Sorry for these little breaks, but doing it solo and mostly blind is a harrowing experience for what it is that I've been dealing with Streamlabs OBS. You'll have to bear with me. And you're fucking crazy if you think I'm editing that out. It ain't happening. I don't like lying to you like that. Spinning stories is another thing, but outright lying about the quality of my ability to, you know, present a case is... I find it distasteful. And I think there's enough of it, you know, where people can speed up their vocal tracks and edit out their pauses and all this shit. in order to make themselves more, quote, listenable. Sure, but if that's what it is that you're concerned about, then I probably don't want you hanging around me.
Welcome to Iron Wolf Tower, Area 18's premier center for business development.
Business development is what they say. Let's see what they actually have. Some of these we can't go to because they don't exist. So this is where you would go to pay your fines. You get the sword and the scale. It's justice. I see. Fines and citation payment system. So you don't even go to the police department to pay your fines. You don't send it in to the cops. You do it via these fucking machines where you wave your fucking Google Pass over it and deducts money from your account. That's how stretched thin the authorities are. That they've set up pay your parking ticket ATMs. So again, that any ship would be incapable of slugging it out within its own weight class is fucking unthinkable. But it is a direction that they have decided that they want to go, largely because they're dumb and they don't like admitting that they're stupid and changing their mind and saying, whoop, that was my bad. I don't know what I was thinking. Kind of like this guy.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe. You know, how's it going?
I don't know. Same as any other day, I guess.
Well, that's good. Anyway, see ya.
That's all.
Alright. Kind of a mean sign-off, but okay. It's another trading console. Same as the last one. If you're taking a box mission to take a box and deliver it, this is FedEx. You're a FedEx contractor. You get your box here. You fly it elsewhere to another one of these machines. You put the box in there under drop-off, and it registers that it's done. Yay. So, it says Limbod Manufacturing, our Corp Exec Services, Corporate Production Spaces, Shannon and Chad Exploration Services. I don't really want to talk to Shannon or Chad, but let's just see if we can. Oh, this is the bad boy lounge, is it? Top floor access. Well, access. We cannot. Despite being in the shame circle of people that spent entirely too much on this game, those aren't actually open right now. And look, the elevator door is closed and the button doesn't exist, so none of this is real. At least not yet. Ooh, flickery shadows. I'm behind the desk where I shouldn't be. I'm behind the desk where I shouldn't be. Stop me if you can. He can't. He doesn't have that behavior. So B, where we also can't go. Circle 8 Creative, Fanning Geoanalytics, ICC Field Office, Horizon Real Estate Partners. Imagine owning it like a ground house in a game where you can live on a spaceship. Imagine being that fucking boring. No, of course, if you want to do a housing thing, do a housing thing. But I swear to God, listen to me. You build one of those tacky fucking McMansions on this thing, in this game, I'm going to be sorely tempted to raise it. Planetary Development Bureau, Advocacy Office. Advocacy is like Interpol. People have compared it to the CIA. No, it's more like Interpol. Center Mass, Operations and Maintenance Office. Touch. Come on. Thank you. Damn. I'm just glad it's not the Void again. So we can go to where we are, or Center Mass. Well, you know, those other things, they may not be here yet either, huh? So the only thing that looks like it's in this building, if you are keeping track, and of course I knew this beforehand, is a place where you can buy guns for your ship and yourself. Everything else is shuttered. So there is no advocacy office that you can get into. You have the option of going to the elevators. Shut. City. None of those buildings are interactable in any way, shape, or form. They are just set dressing. And sprinting here caused some problems, didn't it? Yeah. Stupid. So, ship guns of various sizes. NPCs of one size, because everyone is one size. It's the size that fits into the animations that they did. We can stare directly down the barrel of this and see that the rifling pattern is fucking weird. Why does it have a muzzle brake? It's a mounted gun, right? It should have more than enough space to have some sort of actual recoil compensation, but it also looks like it has a free floating barrel? For what purpose? And like a weird take on a Picatinny? This goes on a fucking space boat. Who's gonna mount a red dot on this fucker? Yeah, hang on, I gotta get it zeroed in. We're gonna put this on the bench and see if we can hit that gong.
Yeah.
Guess who I've been watching? This one has some sort of sighting optic, I see. It's another spaceship gun. This individual here, with his statement jacket.
What you see is what we got. And before you ask, no, there's nothing else in the back room.
Why don't you cool your fucking jets there, Blazer boy? Alright? I ain't said word one to you, you're already shitty. That's one of the NPC personalities that you can run into. So this is how you buy things. And we're gonna buy some things. Because, well, sometimes stuff happens and then you lose your stuff. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up a couple of thises and that. You can get a preview of them, and this is a terrible paint job. We'll take... I don't know, they're 5,000 apiece. Give me 3 of these. So you can see that even a casual player like myself can just trivialize the you lost your stuff system and kind of merrily go on about their business. Like, yeah, I dropped all my shit, but okay. And then I fuck off to the next thing. We have a variety of pistols which you could use. They're not really all that impressive. They have a weirdly low ammo count. We have SMGs, which again I don't really care for. We have frag grenades, which are frag grenades. There's those shorty AR-like things, and there's the SMG version of it. We have flares, which are useful. Grab a few flares. Just in case we get lost somewhere and we have to lay down some... we can grab some more of that. Oh, there. I just grabbed nothing but pinks. Do we have multiple colors? Looks like they only have pink. Alright, well, we'll go looking for other colors. Give me like 10 of these, because I use this rifle a fair amount. And then if you know, you've clicked weapons, okay? You click weaponry, and now you're in ship weapons. And these are missile racks for your ships. Some ships have changeable missile racks. The ones that we're flying right now do not. A nose turret for a ship that I don't fly. Another one. Another one. These are gimbal mounts. You sacrifice, say if you have a size 2 weapon slot, you put that onto your weapon slot, and now the weapon will gimbal or swivel around. But you go down one size of weapon, unless it is size 1, in which case there's no reason if you have a size 1 mount to not gimbal it. Let's see what ship weapons they have. The broadsword cannon. These ATVS things are specific nose-mounted fixed guns for a ship called the Vanguard. Only the Vanguard mounts them. They are a unique slot. I don't know why they did that. Seems stupid and wasteful. Repeaters are what they sound like. They fire fast. Cannons are what they sound like. They fire slower. Gatlings are similar to repeaters but fire even faster. So like this Fires very, very fast, and also doesn't load in right in its preview. The other thing that they've been doing with their own scatter guns are what they sound like. Again, they throw pellets everywhere. Mass drivers, slower, high damage, you get the idea. Cannons. Another unique mount for the Merlin, which is the little ship that's attached to the Constellation. Doesn't seem like they have terribly much more, does it? Well, oh well. So, repeaters, they've also recently stated, are to be used against fighter craft and other small, fast-moving things. There's supposedly on the horizon some sort of armor system that's going to decide what does and does not actually do damage. Cannons, on the other hand, are going to have greater armor penetration and blah blah blah. I'll believe it when I see it. That's about where I'm at there. Caution. He doesn't give a shit. He looks like a kind of guy that would wear this shirt, huh? What's with the adjustable strap there, bud? What are you holding up? Anyway, clearly he's triggered this snowflake, so we have to leave. His shirt said he didn't give a shit. You know what Star Citizen needs? A deal with Big Dog. So that they can get some of those lead follow or get out of the way shirts where someone's fucking fursona is like looking smug at you. Alright, we continue through ArcCorp. And I'm gonna straighten my back soon. Lost things soon, a new chair. It's exciting times. I told you things would be different. Watch what happens when we go down the stairs too fast. We kind of fly off the stairs, it's pretty good.
Area 18's Premier Center.
So that's one of the new ships, the Hercules Starlifter. They are, for all intents and purposes, nice enough. That's it from the top. That one there is the Mercury Star Runner. Both made by Crusader Industries. I haven't had a chance to fly the Hercules yet. The Mercury looked nice on the inside. But it was just not my kind of ship. It is roughly the size of the Constellation and mounts nothing but size 3 weapons, which are now specifically for light to medium craft, and even then likely lightly armored. They have made a distinction that size 5 and up weapons are what you use against larger craft. Otherwise, it just may not have the necessary punch. So this means that the ship that is the size of a Constellation, which is categorized as a large ship, cannot fight within its own weight class, and that's fucking stupid. It also makes sure that 2/3 of the firepower of this ship that is really very light and nimble is not in the pilot's hands and can't be without specialized equipment. Now, that specialized equipment, of course, does not exist within the game yet. We're talking about blades, quote, quote, because every dickhead science fiction anything has to come up with a, quote, cool name for a computer card, you know. Like you would be installing a graphics blade that you bought off eBay for 9 times the fucking MSRP, not a graphics card in their world. And that would allow you to take the turrets and slave them to the pilot controls, and if you can do that, then they should probably just default to being in control of the pilot until they're manned, shouldn't they? But, you know, why do that when you can enforce multiplayer and put out a wide call for some douchebag to fuck around within your ship and then land you a crime stat by just kind of shooting at anything and everything that they please once they're in there? You know, disrupting your style of play. That's fun, right? That's emergent, isn't it? It's not a waste of time. And it's not dumb. It's not dumb. Listen to me. Listen, sir. It's not stupid. Thank you. Thank you for agreeing that Sig is smart and flawless. Thank you. This is where you can buy guns for yourself and also armor sometimes. I don't like a lot of their gun designs. This one in particular annoys me. So, what we have here is a shotgun. Magazine fed. In fact, drum magazine fed. Big ammo. It's pump action. It also has a charging handle. If the pump is not cycling the bolt, what's the pump doing? What's that doing? Look up what a gun is, you fucking morons. Okay. No. The witches said stop shouting, and I said no. You can buy your armor in all kinds of fun colors. Some of them, anyway. This one comes in this color and brown. So, because I don't like that whole flat, dark earth thing that people seem to dig these days, I did this. There's also this terrible camo pattern. You know? Desert digital. You look like a real idiot. We got these. We got that, which is similar to what I've got, but it only comes in green. Pistols. We're at Cubby Blast. I don't like that name. Cubby Blast. You can buy med pens, which is... there's soon to be a lot more of these. A lot more types, I should say. We'll snag a couple. Things to fix injuries, location-specific injuries, and that sort of deal. And you got oxygen pens, which also fixes something. It's your oxygen supply. These are for clearing a crime stat. You plug them in to the computer, the crime pewter, and it ticks down a timer, and you have like a defense mission. And eventually, if you succeed, your crime stat is cleared. And if you're shot in the face while you're doing that, you know, bound to one spot where everyone knows where it is, then you get sent to prison. And with the upcoming death of a spaceman mechanic, is what it is that they called it a while back, where you can be injured and then eventually shunted to the character creator screen to load your character profile, or at least do as well as you can to make the exact same thing over and over again, and then just fucking name it the same thing, because why wouldn't you? It's nothing but an inconvenience. It's a dumb mechanic, and you should probably just drop it for the sake of development time and simplicity. It's a video game. You don't need to explain why people respawn, and again, you're not imposing consequence, you're stealing time. Anyway. These I expect to just vanish. Like, there's no fucking way that anyone's gonna bother. There is also a hacking minigame on the horizon, where I guess maybe you could do it faster if you were good at the hacking minigame, but this is Cloud Imperium Gaming we're talking about, the hurry up and wait designers, so I can't imagine that there's not a mandatory minimum amount of time that you're going to have to stand there and twiddle your fucking thumbs, you know, while wearing your tactical pajamas here. They say that this is a flight suit. This is a onesie, right? This does not look like a flight suit to me. There are a number of, again, incredibly sad people right now making female characters and trying to pick out which one of these shows off your ass the best. The cowards don't seem to understand it's the one that rims it in gold. It's this one. This shows off my ass the best. See? It outlines right where the party's at. And that's why I wear it. To be honest, these I like the look of. These down here, they look like flight suits. They look like they have things that are designed to create pressure and keep your bodily fluids where they're supposed to be. It also looks like it has contact points for fixing armor and tools and all that other kind of shit. These are good. The onesies, less so. This one didn't even load in. Scale weave. Nope. Trash. Nowhere to put armor on. No fixed points for it. Nowhere to store anything. Whereas with these, you got pockets. Who knows? Because they didn't load. Weapons. You can buy attachments basically anywhere they sell weapons, but they have a couple of things that are different. The Gemini guns all kind of look like that sci-fi thing. And, well, none of these interest me, so I'm not going to buy any of them. The multi-tool and multi-tool attachments are something that we already have in our inventory, and we'll endeavor to show them off, but, oh well, if we don't. Probably not this time, maybe next time. We got arms armor. We got helmets. You can kind of see them on display. The stuff that they have for armor, they're pretty good about showing you. And I mean, these big open face visors, when I can have this unlimited field of view with my cameras. Why would you have a visor? But what about showing your expressions? Who cares? Listen to what I'm saying and read my body language. Oh, no, thank you though, bud. There you have it. Some light armor, some medium, some heavy. Ooh. How garish. Brave. That's a brave choice. Get that with that fucking magenta armor?
See you again.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna be on my way. Actually, you know what? Hang on a second.
We've just received some exciting new products. Have a look.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a look, but it's taken forever. Roast chicken bar? No. And an energy bar. I think you've got something better over here. I'm pretty sure you're one of the places that sells... Yeah. Cruise. Cruise will feed you and keep you hydrated. It's good shit. So like any true spaceman and any true space truckman, I have been subsisting in this game entirely off of Cruise. I assume that it has everything a plant needs. That means electrolytes. But yeah, it does do hydration and nutrition in almost equal splits. I don't know why you would stack your backpack with anything else. Speaking of backpacks, there are pieces of armor that have bigger backpacks than this one, but they don't always work. Sometimes they aren't calculating armor values or what have you. You can buy clothing if you want it to be, like, you know, fucking traipse around like a Normo. You could buy a ball cap if you were particularly sad. They don't have any chutes that say, like, chutes. So that was shoes and shirts. I apologize. They don't have any shirts that say, like, what's a good one that I would need? That says, like, dumpster slut and just has a picture of a pineapple on it. You know? They don't have a shirt that says, Dear God, I woke up again, and that's it. It's just black text on a white shirt. They don't have that. They got these fucking boots though. These are not good boots. That's with the split down the fucking Leatalk. Okay, that is what they're called. In purple and pink, they are worse. They got some fucking standard ass loafers. They got more of those. Those look at least more comfortable. They got some tragic loafers over here. What are the little lights for? Oh. Are those bolts? Those are bolts for your feet. Your feet slots. The gold sleeves is tempting. It's a powerful statement. Honestly, so is this one that looks like it has been through a wheat thresher. The sequins is not bad either. We are, with this character, who I may or may not do voice-based role-playing for when this goes live. I haven't decided yet. We're going for a real trash boy. 'Cause I've lived that life. And I can see myself living that life in my old age. We'll get there together, you and I. This guy is giving me the side eye as I'm talking about this. That's right, get on your phone, asshole. I'll have whatever conversations I want. That's going to be their premier medical ship, the RSI Apollo, which seems like a weird thing to... Oh, and that's the Avenger. It seems like a weird thing to call a medical ship the Apollo, you know, the sun god. I don't really... that's the Vulture, one of those salvage ships, and salvage is supposed to go live at some point in time. That'll make a friend of ours very happy. Anyway, so calling it the Apollo seems weird. I know they already have Mercury as the Mercury Star Runner, but call it like the Hermes or something, you know? Something that's actually associated with medicine would probably be better, but whatever. The Caudicus. Oh. Fucking... Oh, who knows? It's kind of a Blade Runner-y vibe to this city, but again, we can't go traipsing down that street, say, down there, in the rain, in pursuit of replicants, or people who say they're replicants, or people who say they're not replicants, but I don't care. This is where we can go. We got those people, they're hanging out. Astro Armada is where you go to buy ships, and this monstrosity here is the 890 jump. If you think it looks like a yacht, you're right, that's how they designed it. What do we got over here? The top of a caterpillar. A big cargo ship, which was at one point in time going to be the premier pirate ship, and then didn't. It's just kind of a big freighter now. This is the Saber Raven, something that came with an expensive video card, I believe. It may have been a processor. It may have been like an i9 or some shit like that, or it may have been an AMD. I don't fucking remember. It doesn't matter. It was a promo ship and hasn't received much love or attention since then. Looks neat though. There's a model of it so we can kind of see it better than just a flat picture. So it has this... Excuse me. This one thruster in the back. These kind of... I guess lightning holes, in case it's too heavy for your fucking everyday carry, in the sides of it. And these big old intakes, and it's kind of a sleek shape, you know, being rhomboid and everything. But I hear that it does very, very poorly in this day and age, and I'm sorry to hear that. I know a lot of people were quite excited, and they wanted to believe that this was going to be something that was done right by them. We have someone who looks like doing salvage, and maybe it'll be that exciting, but I doubt it. This is the Rsi Orion, I believe. And it's a big mining ship. And this is, you crunch them up in there. Crunch up them rocks. Apparently able to do like that thing that Jim's fucking jams were able to do. And convert to a mining platform and really dig deep in asteroids and all that stuff, and maybe that'll be fun for the people that do it. I hope it is. Someone's cockpit. Someone's cockpit art. It's an Anvil cockpit. I wonder if that's the old Hornet art. I don't remember. Speaking of Anvil, this is the Anvil Hawk. Again, at one point in time, a very, very, very desirable ship, but now it's extremely fragile. A lot of those little grubbins and stuff get broken off, and so far I think it's the only... Well, no, there's also the Cutlass Blue. The only ship that is dedicated to bounty hunting. At least as far as, you know, a chassis built specifically for it. The Cutlass is kind of a multi-function chassis. Similar to the Constellation in that they're all one base shape, but they have different equipment within them that does different shit. This elevator is fake, don't worry about it. You think it would go to a showroom floor, right? No, go fuck yourself. Well, there's a Gladius. It ain't worth it. We can take a look at them here. So, the Hawk. It look like that in flight. and when it's landed, it's kind of perched with wings folded. The 300i is one of the first, well, I think it's the first Origin ship that went live. It didn't always look like this. It used to be much more, I'll say modern as far as its build. It was a silver, similar shape, but clearly made out of distinct metal plates, not just this very, very, very smooth mono body. It has an Explorer variant, which is supposed to mount a scanner up here instead of a third weapon, and the 325A, which is not loading in correctly. And that's interesting. This is its damaged state, so if you were to shoot all the plating off, this is what you would be seeing. Mounts a much bigger gun up front. There you go, you got there. The Anvil Arrow is one of the top dogs presently. It used to be an even top-er dog, but it's a single-seat fighter. You notice that there's a lot of those? I told you there's only one loop that went through any kind of like development in its combat. The M50, which is for racing or as an interceptor. Another Origin ship. The Gladiator, which everyone forgot about until now. A fighter bomber. It mounts torpedoes down there, and has one size 3 turret that sits up here. And you are supposed to put 2 people in this? Because Chris Roberts saw Star Wars when he was a kid and never fucking recovered? This is pointless to do. You can put someone in there, but they're not going to be able to track any targets, because if you're flying evasively, you're going to be throwing their point of view all the fuck over the place. It's pointless. You really, really shouldn't. But they do anyway. Like on this. This is the Super Hornet. It's a Hornet, but it's super. Again, a pilot and a gunner, and there's a bigger gun up there. The Hornet Tracker has an additional fucking scanning thing. The Hornet Ghost has some kind of stealth plating, which reduces its signature. The Anvil Hurricane is another one that's currently the king of the hill. And this is due to the turret changes. It has a massive turret up here. Mounts very large guns for a ship its size. Again, pilot and gunner only, no living space. And because turrets, so with the introduction of capacitors, they also set ammunition limits per capacitor, which they decided would mean that they would have a chance to, quote, rebalance multi-crew seats. Pilot guns typically have far less ammunition per, quote, magazine, or recharge, rather, than turret guns do. Turret guns can fire for quite some time. Pilot guns can't. The reason for this is video game balance. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid and no one would do it. And by the time that you're using video game logic to, quote, balance things that are supposed to be an immersive sim, or... I hate even using the term balance, because it's not. It's not. It's a perceived kind of fairness that is so divorced from reality that it's almost a fucking joke. Video game balance has never been and will never be the correct way to do anything. First, it has to make sense. Then you can decide whether or not something is overperforming, or if there is perhaps an option that is redundant and not necessary. Anyway, this is a little exploration boat. There's a big old scanning thing. It has some guns, and these are supposed to be engines, but they didn't load in. We got drop ships, which is, again, useless. People seem to think that they're going to be able to load up 40 of their best friends and, like, go invade a base on the ground, but you have spaceships, so if one person strafes you as you're unloading, you die. And that's the end. Like, you just get mowed down en masse. You bite it hard. This is a 350R, it's the racing version of the 300. Here's the 600i, which is my primary point of competition for the Constellation right now. I like the shape of it better. The interior is a fucking atrocity. Up here, as you would imagine, is the bridge, and just below it is a truly shameful fuck palace that they're passing off as the captain's quarters. And it's, again, the idea that some, like, absolute it's just a total fucking moron. Got in their heads about rich people, in that they would want to just find a balcony and fuck on it because they're rich, I guess. Some rich people might, but that doesn't mean they're not a classless idiot. It doesn't mean that they aren't tacky and dumb and not worth paying attention to. You can be born into money, you know. It doesn't mean that you've earned anything. And it certainly doesn't mean that you have any kind of, like, sense or acumen or should be followed in your decision making. But they seem to think that simply having money is enough, and that all behavior of all people who have money is to be emulated. And that's kind of what the 600i is like on the inside. We'll see about it. This is one of their space motorcycles, but we're not going to deal with that either. It's a bug ship. When it's in flight, it looks kind of like a dragonfly. This will actually be able to tour around. This is another competitor. My mouth is quit. To the Constellation. The only problem is, again, they've decided that they must enforce multi-crew, and there are no pilot guns. We can fix that later, but anyway, you get the idea. You can buy ships here. I've spent enough time grousing about things that I just kind of despise. What is with this fucking thing where you're like hoisting something up? Are your shoulder blades saggy? What is this? Answer me. Answer me, green jeans. No matter how hard I try. Down and over here. It is a hot dog stand, yes, but the Dumpers Depot, which is where you buy ship components. We can at least show you what those components look like. It's quick, I promise. It looks like they're taking things apart, but you can't actually do that here. So, components. You can buy them off the shelf or at the kiosks. You got your bits, your bobs. These are shield generators. Shield generators at least have that distinctive shape to them. That's what every shield generator looks like. They just go up and down in scale. These are power supplies. Which would mean those other things, like this is a quantum drive. And coolers are typically little flat things. Yeah, they look like coolers. Yeah, there's a cooler. So those are the things that you would be ripping out of ship holes if you're playing the engineer role, which again isn't in yet, because the only way to edit your ship's equipment is through the Mobiglass, that phone thing that people poke on their wrists. You've seen me bring it up a few times, and we'll go over how to change stuff. Some of these have... that bear is in bear jail. It's fucked up. Wonder what he did. Did you see what he did? Oh, you actually shook your head. Nice. I don't think that was intentional, but I appreciate the response. Anyway, we can continue down these like little twisting alleyways if we want, but it ends up right back where it is that you started. There's not much else here. There are a couple of contacts that you can make if you're interested in doing some shitty crime missions, but they're shitty, and they carry entirely too high of a risk and not much payout. And also, I just don't like crime missions. I just don't like them. This guy's fucking wrist display seems excessive, because his Mobiglass is this little wrist thing. A thing that's smaller than a smartwatch. Hospital don't work yet, will soon. Alright, let's get the fuck off of ArcCorp and show you Hurston, shall we? I would have gone to the Habs, but the Habs are not interesting. They look slightly different. They're hotel rooms, that's about it. They're not the sleep pods that we were in. They are just honest hotel rooms. Made it.
Tram now leaving the station.
And they kind of take the architectural style, again, words, of wherever it is that they're at. So, you know, this one will be future-y, but not like all that posh. We'll see Hurston, and you'll see the kind of corporate hellscape that you would expect from a corporately owned planet. Look at these advertisements. We got to vote on who the next Imperator was. I think that's the title. The leader of the United Earth Empire, the UEE, which is the society that we belong to in this game. There's going to be a lot of train rides in our future. All of this is nothing. It's nothing. You can't go there. You can't go to this. Whoop. It got mad at me saying that it doesn't want me to share the secrets. Some of these things flying by are the old models of ships. If they were moving a little bit slower, you'd be able to see them better. But you can pick out cutlasses and Avengers and all manner of other things. Maybe in the future we'll be able to fly our ships through there, and that'll be like player traffic along with some NPCs, but as it stands, again, it's just set pieces. That thing with the two engines, the two larger engines, is a cutlass. And some old 300 eyes. There goes the tram. Oh, make every shot count. So I mentioned that it was easier to get down with a smaller ship. It's because large ones handle like shit in atmosphere. I mean, you don't buy them for their handling to begin with, but still. Some of it I think is excessive. So we're gonna spawn the constellation, and you'll probably see what it is that I mean. It's gonna take us a moment to break atmosphere and then get somewhere else, but I'd rather do it in... Well, you know what? We've flown the constellation, and we did just claim it, so let's do something else. Let's grab one of the very old ships, and kind of my first dream boat. I still like the way it looks, but it's no good. Hangar 4. Alright, and any of these elevators will go to any of the hangars. They used to be specific, but they found that it was easy to follow someone to their hangar and steal their ship. So now everything goes everywhere. It's kind of a Wonka Vader situation. We'll drink something once we're in space. Thank you. So this is the Retaliator, and I like the X-Men, if you can't tell. I haven't actually read a comic of theirs in quite some time, but when I was young the idea appealed to me, and I'm sure if you've been paying attention up to this point, you can understand why. It's a bunch of outsiders just trying to fucking make it work. Anyway, the Retaliator is hampered by its extremely high crew requirement. There are 2 turrets up front, 2 turrets on the shoulders, and 1 on the rear. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sorry, 2, 4, 5 for the turrets. 6 is the pilot. Then they would need an engineer, probably, in order to fix anything that goes wrong on the ship, and maybe a couple of folks to work the inside if they wanted to do this whole boarding action thing that everyone insists is going to be super common, but like, well, have you ever seen internet people try to organize fucking anything? It'll never happen. As it stands, the only boarding actions that exist are boarding actions where they glitch in through the cockpit in 0G, and they say it's because I'm clever, and I say no, it's because the game is broken. You're not any smarter than a stone. I've had corpses, like actual space corpses, perform the same feat. Anyway, engineering is way back here. This is rear torpedoes. We'll give you the tour once we're out of here, because otherwise they'll be like, you spent too long in the space that you rented. Fuck you. I'm putting it in the closet. You didn't short me a torpedo, did you? No, okay. We're good. I might need those. Turret access, extremely dangerous. Seat doesn't actually allow me to fit. I will clip through the side during that canned animation. Listen to how insecure that announcement is. Aegis Combat Assist. Not navigational assistance. Combat Assist. Am I really not allowed to? There we go. Again, nothing terrible, I hope. Yeah, it's okay, it's fine. I really gotta remember to use the MFDs. It's just that the MFDs didn't always work, so that's the habit, you know?
You are clear to launch.
Thank you. And we'll be launching like this just because I want to show you what the ship looks like. I think it looks really cool in flight. I think it looks really cool from the outside. The interior is a mess and the function is fucking batshit, and we'll explain that as we're in transit. It's got a quantum drive the same size as the Constellation, but a slightly smaller fuel tank, so it's supposed to be a long-range bomber. Strategic long-range bomber. But it doesn't quite have the range, and okay, fine, so it's old, but you can probably find space for a bigger tank, right? There we are. And when we take up the landing gear, we look like that. And the engines rotate into place, even though they're really kind of too big for that shit, but okay, sure. Skyward.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Yeah, I will. I'll probably have to. There we are. We're gonna do a nice steep climb. It's gonna get a little mad at me for doing so, but... well. Oh well. I want out of here as quickly as possible, you know? And again, once we're in space, we'll get a look at it from the outside. I gotta remember to give you a proper look at the Constellation, too. If you're seeing something wiggling down there, that is the stick. Your character does animate when you're doing things. Which is nice and all, but unnecessary. We probably have a moment or two. It should be stable enough for me to do this. 'Cause Hurston is next. Hurston, that old piece of shit. We'll go to Faithful Dream. There. And again, that should be stable enough. So, the Retaliator looks like this. And I like it. I could do with a different paint job. Interior, the view's okay. We can kind of look around here. It's not great. But at the very least, there's nothing directly in front of my face that will keep me from seeing what's right in front of me. I would like to be able to see down. Even though this is old within the game's lore, that it doesn't have like a landing camera is, again, kind of unthinkable. You'll also notice that it maxes out at 941, despite having these enormous fucking engines. Enormous. They just never made any improvements on it, and we're not allowed to right now. They've said that at some point in time in the future, maybe, but again, I'll believe that when I see it. So what we're going to do here is, we are going to spool our drive. I'm going to fly out to the middle of space. Then I will be right back, and we'll talk about things. In the meantime, you'll have a backdrop of, well, space and a spaceship to look at. And this is typically how it is that I handle taking a break in this game, because, again, it is player versus all, so even though the odds are small, we're talking about millions of kilometers that you can actually traverse in real time if you want. They're very, very small that anyone would find me. It's never zero. Unless you park yourself a million miles from fucking anywhere. Just in any old direction. Now, no one is going to find me or fuck me up at any point as I do this, and I can give you a tour too when I get back. But for right now, just a moment, I will be right back. There we go, settled back in and everything. And again, no, I will not be editing that out. I want you to have the same experience you would always have here. Speaking of, let me get a drink real quick. Hang on. There we are. The witch has said, I ruined the experience by acknowledging it. I think it shows that I care. Anyway, let's have a look around the Retaliator, shall we? As I explain what it's supposed to be, and you can have a look. Okay. So, this is supposed to be a long-range strategic bomber, meaning that you may spend weeks or even months on this ship, something along the lines of a submarine. You would want to... This is the captain's quarters. A little bit of storage here and there. The captain does not have their own shitter. So, you know. There is one shitter on this boat. We're all gonna share. But again, it's a military vessel, so I can understand that. It's just private sleeping quarters, nothing really all that fancy. So, you're supposed to take this out for long periods of time, and it is supposed to engage high-value targets with its very impressive torpedo payload. These turrets, this manned turret here and the other manned turret accessible on this sleeping deck for the rest of the crew, as well as all other manned turrets on the ship. It's up there. Some gun racks. It's a lot of guns for this many crew members, right? Here's your bunks. Go to sleep. Rest and piss. There are also escape pods if memory serves, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anyone else on the ship? Fucked. And depending on where you are on the ship, also fucked. A little observation window, just in case you get claustrophobic sleeping in your coffin. Same observation window. It's nice, but alright. Anyway, so with this many people, you're supposed to go out there and engage targets of value. And that is what these enormous torpedoes that take up the vast majority of the space in the ship are for. These are size 9 torpedoes. It says clear sky on it, and, you know, who am I to argue? They look like nautical torpedoes, which is a choice. I guess those little spots there are for maneuvering thrusters on it, so that it can kind of turn and hit its target. They're all guided, they all fire via lock, but you'll notice that this loading mechanism is big and weird. We can go in the torpedo room. Now, it only has 6 of these. There's 4 up here and 2 in the rear, which means that the pilot has 6 rounds of these big torpedoes, and then they are done, and I mean done. So if, say, you needed less crew for a reason that's going to become obvious very soon, I think, you would be sacrificing your ability to screen lesser threats, leaving you only with these for defense. That's a problem. You also, say if there were surprise reinforcements, could not engage a target of opportunity, you would have to break off and run away. And it being a long-range strategic bomber, you really can't expect fleet support. Defeats the designation, right? Long-range strategic means you're gonna go out there all on your onesie and slap the thing that you were told to slap. Not really possible with this setup, with this man-heavy setup. Anyway, so this loading mechanism, you see that it's only got 2 on the little rotational thing, because it has this enormous arm, but these things have maneuvering thrusters on them, so couldn't they just be programmed to thrust themselves down on little motion bits that say, oh, I'm close to the ship, I need to be blah far away before I activate this big main thing and seek my target? This seems like an easy thing to add, a couple of lines of programming as far as like an actual manufacturer would be concerned with. We may fall through this, I'm not sure yet. Which would eliminate the need for this, and would also mean that we could stuff more torpedoes on this rack. At least 2 more, if we were to ditch the arms. Bringing the total up here up to 8, and then we could simply repeat the mechanism for the rear slot, because it's not smaller. They just stuck less torpedoes in it. For balance, you see. For balance. Anyway, I would like to go ahead and balance all of your cars. I'm just going to take the back seats out, because it's unbalanced that you should be able to carry that many people. Some versions, I will allow 1 more back seat, just 1, so that you can have a passenger, but anything else is just outside the realm of possibility. You have to think about other players and their inability to carry passengers, because I took that away from them. Balance! It's the pooper. It's okay, you know? You got a small sink, got a shower that's separate from the turret, got lockers, plenty of lockers. Some other storage spaces, don't know what this is. 2 elevators, though this is getting a redesign. I don't know what else is getting a redesign. They've been, we'll say, coy with what it is their plans are. One of the chief voices among them, a man named John Crew, has stated several times that he thinks that this ship is pretty much done. It's perfect. John Crew, if you're listening, shut your mouth. I have serious questions about your design priorities, and I have serious questions about how it is that you envision anything working. you don't make sense with the things that you say. The ideas that you present that this ship, that this is done, this is done, this? Okay. So the engineering station back here, which, oop, no, there it is. Okay. Ah! Which affords you, at this particular point in time, a single display that does everything that the... That may shut down the entire ship, I'm not sure. It sounds like it did. Yeah, it did. That's fucking dumb. It's all off now, fuck you guys. Anyway. This back here, if the ship is going down, if we're losing power, if things are on fire, you're never going to make it all the way up to those escape pods to escape. This is poorly designed. The fact that this has only 2 torpedoes is poorly designed. Like, you put these things here. You didn't just mirror the other asset. For a reason, I'm sure, but not a good one. We included lockers. I don't know why. There's some of the components, which the engineer would have to exit their cubby, and then go, oh my god, the component. Okay, now I'm going to start my fix. As they're being shot and things are spiraling out of control. Now, someone at that office thinks that that's very exciting. Me, I think it's impractical. The engineer, if they are to be mobile like that, should probably not necessarily have a station that is like this. And frankly, it should likely be here, right? Because that's the quantum drive. That's a cooler. And why is it that this is not engineering? Well, we can go into torpedo room B2, I believe. This is to one of the turrets. So again, if you are on this ship and you're in that turret and things are going south, you must exit the turret, and let's see if we can get that animation going. Let's see if the turret doesn't kill us. It might. It might. If it activates at all. Hmm? You're there. I know you're there. Ah, found you. Here it comes. The turret. Oh boy. Yeah, we're in there now. Very exciting Star Wars time. Open. Come on. Come on. Oh, that's right, you're not. You have to use this to turn the turret on. You can't press the on button. Systems green. So this is what it's like to be in a turret. Is this exciting? There's arcs that are restricted because of the way that the ship is built. Like, I can't fire through the tail fin. It will track that automatically and be like, no. So, you know, this is where they want you hanging out. Just waiting. Just waiting. And you can see that there's quite a bit of charge in those, compared to the Constellation, which had like 75 at most. So you'd have to go, oh my god, the ship is going down, we have to evacuate. All hands have to get to the escape pods, we're being shot, I've just gotten up out of the thing. We're being shot, oh god, oh my god, oh no, the door, let's assume the door worked perfectly and ignore that. The door, oh fuck, we gotta go, shit, I gotta keep going, we're still being shot, boy, this ship is really hanging in there. It's like Planet Namek, it's just gonna keep going. You can't stop it. Will Goku ever fucking arrive? Is it just going to restart? We'll never know, escape pod. That seems non-viable to me. Seems like it's poorly laid out and poorly thought out. But of course the ship is perfect, it's a bomber. This was one of the early things that was pitched, is that it's a bomber, a bomber, a bomber, 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 bomber. As if that excused every stupid fucking decision that they'd ever made. It doesn't. It doesn't. They say generator. It looks kind of like it might be the top of one. Maybe it is. There's that rear turret. It faces just the rear. You can't turn it forward. There's the other one. And it's pretty much just this big old figure 8 shape. Was there a way into this fucking thing? There's gotta be. It ain't there. Maybe it's through engineering. Excuse me. Or don't. It says step. So no. So no. I guess we can't go in there. We're just not allowed. Anyway, with the same loading mechanism as in the other one, we could at least fit probably 2 without any sort of clipping issues. 2 more, so it would be 4 up, 4 there, and 8 up front, and that would be better. It wouldn't be ideal, but it would be better. Did you notice what's missing? Given that we have to eat and drink, which, excuse me a moment, I have to eat and drink. We'll just rummage around in our old backpack here. We gotta wait for it to acknowledge that there is a body back. Or a body pack. And we're waiting. There it is. Chest storage. I keep it under my tits. That's the water. No. That's the cruise. Carry. Excuse me? Are you carrying it? Excuse me. I have to check. You also didn't... Oh, there it is. Okay. I have to make sure that he actually picked it up. Cruise. It fixes everything. Watch the meters. We'll go somewhere where the meters can actually be seen. Up it goes. Oh, up it goes. More. 100%. Nutritioed and hydrationed. And then I may place it places. Can I actually, like, huck this? Or... Yeah. Oh, God. The sparks. Well, it's gone. The fucking sparks. They don't let me throw things on the space stations no more. I used to drink them and then try to bounce them off the guy who sold them to me's head. It didn't work out. We're waiting for it to acknowledge that I'd like to put my helmet on, please. Put it on. There we go. You gotta watch it, and then it'll comply. While we're at it, in space we can draw our weapons. We have ourselves a pistol. It's got 30 rounds, and that's why it is that I like the energy pistols. High capacity. We got the S-71. We have this fucking railgun. We hold R to stow them. But like I said, we'll get into combat. Don't know why it's insisting that there are 0 other things. We may as well go over equipment as I check this out. So, for your body, this is what equipment looks like, and it looks like it reset all of my ammunition and utility shit, so that's fun. I guess I didn't notice it earlier when I was just looking at the armor. We have to select it and then say confirm, and it'll take its sweet fucking time. And there we have it. You can equip clothing. See, I told you I was part of the Shame Club. And we can equip weapons. In this case, what we're interested in equipping is ammunition. We need... Where's all my fucking arc light batteries? They're there. Just 2 of these. Because they are 60 a piece? 60 a piece. I wonder why the one that's in my fucking thing is only 30. Or whatever. Maybe they're actually 30 a piece and they're just lying. Or maybe it's half charged for some reason. I haven't fired it at all, but I don't care that much. We need S-71 magazines. I tend to go for like 4 of them, because it is kind of my primary. It's a semi-automatic, you know, kind of marksman's rifle. So, shocker of shocks. And then we only tend to need, about 3 of these big ones for the Scourge railgun. We'll also likely take... not in that slot. That's a weird slot. I don't know why it does that, but it do, consistently. Get our shit equipped. There, magazines. Armor comes in pieces, some of them. Some of them also come in just a one kind of deal. We got flares. We'll throw some flares on there. Why the fuck not? We want to be visible, you know, highly visible at all times. Grab our multi-tool. That should slot to one of my thighs. It looks like it's in the right place. God knows, you know. Anyway, you got a tractor beam attachment, a cutter attachment, and a mining attachment. This does nothing as far as I'm aware. It does like a small amount of damage, but okay. This lets you lift and pull stuff. This lets you mine with your hand tool. We'll equip that one because at some point in time we'll show what it does, even though it ain't much. And we'll wait, and we'll wait, and eventually it'll agree that I've done something. Any day now. Any day now. There it is. Technology is how you change your mobile glass color, but don't, because sometimes it unequips it, and there isn't a way to re-equip it outside of like some really specific workarounds. It's a bug, it's not intended to function that way. It's just supposed to change the color of the thing on your wrist. So, by the way, while you were trying not to listen to me ramble, did you notice what was missing? There's nothing to eat, as well as it not really being able to do its job. The Constellation has 4 potentially size 5
weapon systems online.
Weapon systems, and the whole fucking thing should be online. Are we good? Well, I can move. Everything seems to be coming back up, so that's good. Anyway. The Constellation has 4 size 5, technically size 5 hard points, and it is a space truck, you know, the big old cargo bay and everything. This, a piece of military hardware from not the same time, but the Constellation series is not new. Has no ability to screen lesser threats or engage threats its own size without the use of the torpedoes, and certainly not without a whole bunch of fucking bodies in it, and those bodies then have nothing to eat. They can't just subsist off of crews like I do. They're not able to stop at a convenience store and get some fucking crews. They're military boys, potentially far away from civilization, and therefore the ability to buy crews at a space truck stop. No ability to prepare food, no ability to screen lesser threats, or to engage more than maybe one threat, provided that they are competent and shooting down your torpedoes, which, by the way, they can do. It means that this can't do its job. It is, in fact, not a long-range strategic bomber. It is a fleet bomber, where you must fly in concert with many people, man it heavily, and then maybe, if you are not immediately targeted and removed, hit a target of value. Maybe. Words mean things. It's important to be specific in what it is that you're saying, and doubly so in what it is that you're selling. My money's spent, but if you've made it this far, lost thing who has wandered through here, don't. I would prefer that you not. You make your own decisions. If you see something of value here, by all means, go for it. But not this one. Not this ship. It ain't gonna be what you want it to be. At least unless they're going to surprise me and completely redo the whole fucking thing. And rethink a whole lot of their bizarre obsession with, like I said, getting 40 of your best friends together to do a simple thing. Because, I mean, here's the other problem. You could bring 6, 7, 8 people in a Retaliator, or you could bring 8 people in their own ships, some of which, a lot of which, have much greater capability of starting and staying in a fight than the Retaliator. What do you think is going to win? Even if they don't also mount the size 9 torpedoes. Say it's 8 people soloing their own constellations. What's 8 times 4? You can do it. It's just 16 plus 16. It is. Go on. It's 32. And of course, you got there well before my coaxing got you there. You're smart like that. If you have 32 size 5 guns trained on a target, and let's say that it's not 32, let's say that it is the present thing where, because the constellation is bugged, you can't equip size 5 guns in absolutely everything. You have to have 2 size 4s. So let's say that it is 16 size 5 guns. Who do you think's gonna win that one? Is it gonna be the 6, 8 constellations? 8 constellations for every member of the crew. Because, you know, we have to have an engineer and then at least one person helping the engineer, I guess. Or providing security, heavy quotes, for boarding. The 8 people soloing their multi-crew ship like they're very much not supposed to. Or the idiots who have decided to pile into this clown car and make a play at whatever it is they're making a play.
Landing gear deployed.
Which one? That one? Cool. As cool looking as it looks, as interesting as I find the silhouette, as much as it takes me back to the days of the Blackbird, I can't condone the ship's design. The people behind it are bizarre. Their thinking is antiquated. And I would suggest that they should probably play a game in the modern day and age. And just, like, experience what it is to interact with people on the internet. It ain't pleasant. And doubly so trying to get them to coordinate on any one fucking thing.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Alright, we'll get it repaired. And we'll be quicker in Hurston than we were in ArcCorp, because there's less things to explain. We'll just be moseying on through. Well, this gets fixed up. I mean, actually, I don't have to do that repair sequence every time. That's a force of habit. We are going to wind up somewhere else and just, like, claiming it to make sure that it's restored to full and I can summon it from anywhere. Again, not intended play, but it's what it is that I'm doing. Their intent is for you to have your own hangar to go to, and what the fuck? Oh, it clipped out of the... Yeah, the ship is perfect. You did it, crew. You did it. It's done. There's no need to make any changes here. On the exterior, like, here's basically how it is that I would fix this. These don't need to be sticking out all that far. They should probably be part of the main fuselage, you know, so that they can actually do the pushing and pulling that they need to. So I'd probably stack them side by side right there and kind of integrate them into the frame of the ship, because this spot out here isn't really doing anything. The elevator is here, so that wall is there. That wall is nothing. So if you put the thrusters there, you're not really losing anything. And, you know, you do the armor plating over it, whatever, boom, boom, boom. I would likely eliminate these, because, again, they don't serve a purpose. We have landing gears that are supporting the ship. These interior ones don't make sense. I would probably just remove this turret entirely and make these spots here size 5 hardpoints, as well as these newly freed up spots. Yeah. These newly freed up spots here, I would up the ante on the gun hardpoints. Maybe size 6s. that sit here on the outside, so that what it is that we're doing is we're engaging big, slow craft. And we want something that can pound the shields and soften them up so that when we deliver our very limited torpedoes, they can actually be fired to some effect. You know? Like I got some kind of strategy. You read me? On like a strategic bomber, like some strategy. I know, it's brilliant. This back here, in fact, the remaining turrets, the crown, the two on the shoulders, if we wanted to keep them, and this back here, I would all want them to be remote. There are remote turrets on a number of ships where you sit in a little seat somewhere centrally clustered, and you look through a screen and you operate the turret that way. There's not a reason not to. I know that they want their manned turrets because, again, they saw Star Wars as children and never fucking recovered, but everyone's got to grow up sometime, and why not today? These up front I would probably just lose, or turn them into much smaller kinds of things, because this is ridiculous. And again, I know that it's an older ship, like the chassis is old, but to think that no one updated it in any kind of time when a lot of these things are modular and there's like aftermarket support, and right now I'm a civilian. I'm not in the military, so I can do whatever the fuck I want. Claiming that I wouldn't be able to make this work with something much more compact and efficient is a lie. It's a lie. You lied, is the thing. So yeah, remote turrets. These on the shoulders have size 2 guns, which are too small for basically anything. So every last one of these turrets would probably be upsized to at least size 3. At least. And even then I would prefer 4, because again, you really want it to be a threat to things that come near it. It doesn't have the best maneuverability, so strikes from these turrets should be near fatal events for attack craft that would be able to outmaneuver this and strike at vulnerable spots. See, that's called balance, where it has the ability to knock you out right the fuck now, but if you're careful, if you're good, you can get in a position where it can't deliver that blow, or where it's less likely to, and you can deliver a crippling blow to it, which will allow you to overtake it with superior numbers and positioning. As it stands now, it is only balanced as a video game can be, not in any real sense of the word. This has no counterplay. If a fighter decides to get in very close very quickly, which they can, they go faster than you do, you cannot fire your torpedoes, and your turrets have such poor line of sight and poor responsiveness that it's unlikely that you will be able to get a line of fire on them long enough for their shields to be down and for you to kill them. It simply isn't happening. And if we make the modifications that I said to the torpedoes, then the rear could be a kitchen and bunk, and we could do other things with that top space. Perhaps that could be the turret nest, or a new engineering bay that is linked to the pilot, so that they can address system concerns from there. But whatever, you know, whatever. It's a bomber, it's perfect. A lot of people have compared it to the previous flying fortress of World War fame. And again, they forget that hits from those turrets that were on that machine were fatal or near fatal events for fighters of the day. So, you know, I don't care that you mentioned this potential passerby. I know what it was. You don't understand how it is that was designed to work. You never did. You're just parroting things. And, I mean, well, that's for parrots. What do we want to try this time? Probably not either of those. Probably... this is an Aurora, and let's claim this. Because that's back. Way back. Oh, only 41 seconds, huh? Nice. Alright, so we're going to touch this, and this is one of the starter ships, the ones that you can get for $40, and that gets you the game in one of these, or one of the Mustangs, which I think are nicer, but I don't know, people don't seem to like them. They don't, well, they seem to like this, but I don't know what the general consensus is, because frankly I try to interact with this community as little as possible. We'll use this to get to Hurston. It shouldn't take the longest. But yeah, here is one of your starters. And there's not much to it, really. Look at it. It's adorable. Likely going to be the runabout in the Carrack that I was talking about briefly. The Carrack is what we'll use to make our last jump of this particular session. Because I do want to take a moment and talk about it, but this is an Aurora. It's the LN version, so it has extra missile pods, and I think extra gun mounts, though I'm not sure on that one. I don't... that might not be true. But they're all, you know, the minimum size. It's the starter. You climb up in it like that, and then again, you don't fit, so you'll kind of clip on out the side. It has a bed. I remember what I said about coffins. See? You can log out in this. We're not going to. We're going to press Y and kind of shimmy our way out of there, and again, I think clip our head through that. I don't think that animation actually works. Entering the pilot seat. And so being an RSI ship, we have all these struts. But look at that, the center of my view isn't blocked. Amazing. It's on.
Parrot Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Alright, to Hurston, and then to Lorville. Now, there are other spots on these planets, and we'll visit them probably later, but the main cities are what we're focusing on today. And remember the MFD, because they work now.
You are clear to launch.
We're clear.
Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
And so this is a perfectly capable little craft. It has what it needs to get around. Relatively small fuel tank is really the only thing holding it back. We have our weapons pre-grouped, which is nice.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Fast to spool. So we have about 1 million kilometers to go, and again, kind of like the other one, you'll notice that it's much slower than the Constellation, or the Retaliator for that matter. It's because it has a smaller quantum drive. In non-quantum space, small ships are faster. In quantum space, they're slower because reasons. So, you know, power only counts when you're in the fucking glow tunnel, which looks like this. And our ship looks like this. Nothing. I guess those flaps don't work. You see those little flaps there? Those are supposed to reveal fans like are on the Constellation, but we'll deal with that later. It's all right. It's fine. You can do stuff in this. Again, I kind of like how they didn't try to make it anything that it wouldn't be, and that the VTOLs at least make it kind of sense. Like, who knows what the output is on those? And the thruster is aligned center mass, and okay, sure, fine. It doesn't have anything so egregiously wrong that I'm going, no, and fuck you. We're already getting some stuff for Lorville, huh? Ooh, buddy. Yeah, that's gonna suck. The only ones that I expect to be worse are the last two. Here it comes. Fucking maybe. We'll see. It's happening, kinda. Oh, kinda. There's Stanton. Can't see shit with it in your face. And here's Lorville. Uh-huh. And we have ourselves a ways to go before we're down there. Combat is prohibited. Do not combat. I see you. Thinking about it. Now, you'll notice some little jerks and stuff. That's not me doing it. I'm in fact tugging this way in order to keep us on track. There's winds on Lorville, well, on Hurston rather, that pretty consistently toss things around, and that's why it is that I didn't take a larger ship in. We'll be taking the Constellation out, though, so, you know. That'll be interesting, but not quite as interesting as landing it. And maybe we'll take the largest loner I have at some point and attempt to fight the winds on Microtech or something similar. I've done it before, because when people were saying that this was unflyable and that no one could possibly control their ships. No, but it definitely needed to be addressed. This is the spaceport down here, if you can believe it or see it even. It's Tiasa. Or Tisa. I'm not sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. But the way that it's spelled, T-E-A-S-A, it seems to me to read as Tiasa. And we'll be within air traffic range soon enough. Those are the hangars down there. Okay. We'll turn our VTOLs on and let me see if those actually open. No, they don't. Supposed to be fans on that, Roberts. Supposed to be. You have them working on the Constellation. I don't know why you wouldn't, again, just, like, copy the asset, but I guess it's low priority. This is still, as they say, an alpha, but... Hello? Hello?
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
There we go. Witchin'. Alrighty. Oh, is this the Aurora is dual stick, huh? Okay. It's an interesting setup for it. I would have expected stick and throttle, but sure. Okay. Ooh, yeah, there's that wind. There it goes. Alrighty. Let's get on down there and see how far it's gonna blow us into the fucking wall. Because that wind will persist until we have touchdown. It does not know to not blow within the hangar. And it's real bad on Microtech. Because right here you would figure that it's mostly blocked. We're surrounded by a whole lot of, like, jagged and hard architecture, but no. Oof, oof, oof. No, this way. So I'm kind of using my boost to fight the gusts. Yeah, I know about the collision alerts, because it's forcing me backwards. And it only seems to fucking... Well, the hangar vanished for a moment and we got blown into the side. But at least we're not one with the wall. That's nice. Not the most eventful landing, but not the least. Okay. The auto land can take over from here. It's got it. And we can watch. Look at that one little maneuvering thruster on the top. It's fun details. Wish they would put that kind of care into other things, but... You know, like ship concepts to begin with. Let's hop out of this. Ow, my frames. Ow. Ow. My frames. Okay. Exit left. You can exit either side, which is convenient, I guess. There we go. It's like a space civic. It's not fancy, and there'll be people that put all kinds of stickers on theirs. But it's nice enough. There's nothing to sneeze at. It's pretty good. It may also end up with the Civic's dubious honor of most stolen ship. Simply because there's a bunch of them. So Lorville already got a different kind of feel to it, huh? Hangar Bay exit point 1. Much more industrial, much more Spartan. Similar to the space stations. To Tiasa Spaceport, please. It might be Tisa. I don't know. Anytime I've seen that with like something with sibilants, sibilants rather. Sorry. And not a plosive, it's been Tia. So, there's flights that you could take on ships that aren't yours, commercial flights. That's not active right now. What it does have is the ability to rent ships, and we'll see about that in a second. It also has a ship showroom. Let's store our thing before they yell at us. Please? Okay, cool. Oh boy. Oh boy, even the ship manager is bad here. Oh, we're spending as little time on Hurston as we fucking can. Show me the countdown, please. Okay, good. Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. It performs so fucking poorly. Okay. Alright. Pull it together. New deals is where you buy a ship. I think this might be the way to the showroom. No. No, I have to go around, and this man's standing on a chair. That's not what chairs are for. He's not the first, and he won't be the last. There's an M50 up close and in the reel. Again, not very large, but it's for racing. It's a race car. If you wanted a fast car, fast enough to fly away, that's the one. You ever dream that you could be someone lost things?
Hey, welcome to the New Deal.
Oh, you should be narrating this. Listen to that voice. Ooh. Like butter. Warm butter. Just all over you. The witch is begging me to stop. Oh, look at them. Oh, look at them. Slowly. There's the M50 again. We can get even closer. We can rub our face on it. We can even get in and see what the cockpit looks like. Which is going to hurt me, but we're going to do it. I like this guy's getup. It's a workman. But buy something more practical. It doesn't matter that you're getting older. Good lord, look at how much it costs. Why? Why would you? Let's enter the pilot's seat. And I'm gonna rub my grease all over this. So we can see that Origin's, okay. Sure. We can't actually take off in this. I think you used to be able to steal the Merlin off the constellation that was on display. But Origin's design language is, different. The inside of the M50 actually doesn't look all that bad. I like the carbon fiber mixed with the white and these, like, accent lights. They're not the worst. This is fine. It's when you get into their larger ships that things get fucking wonky. Did you actually let me... Okay, so no, it's not going to let me take off. That's fine. That's for the best. We'll get on out of here. I just figured I would power it up to see. It looks like you can turn them on, but that's about it. This is the Prospector. It is the solo mining ship. That's a mining laser up front. Those are repositories for its stuff in the back. I don't know if it's going to let me board this. It just says buy, and it may not...
Let me take a look around. Got some great stuff in stock right now.
God. Listen to that fucking voice. Get that guy to do every voice in the game. Mind your step in a slideshow. So the Prospector has its own little living space too, doesn't it? That's nice. Mining, maintenance, access points for the gravity generator, the cooler, computer, shield gen, some sleep. It's definitely a working space. Needs somewhere to eat, though, if you're gonna be sleeping here. Needs eat. That says storage. But Musashi Industrial Star Concern, I think is what this stands for. MISC. Musashi Industrial and Starflight Concern. There we go. It's got a sear kit, so that's cool. We got the turlet. We got a sink. Is it a... yeah, it's a shower turlet. People balk at that, but I think it's a good idea. Oh, no, never mind. There's water, so maybe in one of these is going to be food. That would make sense. I like these ships that they make. I don't know that they get quite enough credit. The Freelancer was their first one, and I've flown several Freelancers, and I've liked every last one. This has a wonderful view up front, doesn't it? Oh, that's lovely. Although the Freelancer has kind of a crappy view. It's very, very slim. There's a lot of dashboard. And again, I'm not sure why they decided to do that. But they went, but it's a civilian ship, so you don't need to see well because balance. And again, like, no. I want to say that I appreciate you trying, but I fucking don't. And I wish you would stop. Open ladder. There we go. It's backwards. It's happening. It's all happening at once, and I'm scared. Is this exit ship? No, it says activate. I don't know that I want to activate. No, I don't want a closed door either. I'm just gonna jump for it. Okay. There's another Aurora over there.
You have a whole bunch of new inventory you're gonna want to check out. Real nice stuff.
You could talk me into anything, sir. Alright, let's see if we can get out here, and we can see this from the outside. Not in a hangar. No, it looks like it's gonna be over there. Oh boy, the frames here. Beans. Lorville, beans. I tell you, this may be as far as we go in Lorville. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. So that's another one of the constellations. Like I said, it has the same problem. I can show you the mailbox slot struts. Or we can just fall through the map. There we go. Hell yeah. Government property, no trespassing, it says. I gotta navigate out of Lorville now. Oh? Is it? No, that's not where you put me, is it? I've left vehicle name, Miss Prospector. Hello? Yeah, we're in Lorville. Okay. We must escape. We can press 0 to raise our fist for a fist fight. This is the Lorville hotel room. It looks like it was built by Caterpillar, the real company. Which, okay, I guess. I'm glad I can hear the wind from outside, and sir, get down from there. They got a noodle machine, they got an arcade machine. They got these pool tables fucking everywhere because they think that people still play pool, and they're, you know, like, not some kind of fucking Gen X wasteoid. I don't know, man. I've never met anyone who fucking plays pool. Not once, never in my life. Nor have I met anyone who could play pool for, like, possibly days at a time. Because it is the only entertainment on some of these ships that you are supposed to take far, far away. Get me the fuck out of here, please. It's like walking through chunky molasses. And there's not a potato in sight. Open. Open. Oh, thank God. Okay. And, where's the damn lobby? Where's the damn lobby? Ground floor. Go. As fast as you can, as fast as your pulleys will allow. Everything was red. I was worried that I was dying. Things turn red when you're dying. There's that guy in another statement jacket. Must shop at the same place as the other guy. Too afraid to approach me. Wise. They're telling me all about combat and the tooltips, and I'm not sure why. It doesn't look like I have a crime stat, so my trespassing has been forgiven. When I fell through the world and wound up in government property. So, some fun things about Loreville outside of its sucking dick to fucking move through is that the air here is toxic and people wear bags. There's a filter on it, so like he can breathe, but it's still a plastic bag on his head. Stop. Think. Loreville, you can see, sucks. There's a spew happening. They got the spew. We're definitely just getting the fuck out of Loreville. Fuck this. There's soot. You can see that. There's another part of this district which looks like it's from fucking Deus Ex. It's got the Art Deco thing and the big ominous golden statues, and everything is yellow, as you can see. And I just want to leave. The Metro Center is so close.
Need a job? Hurston Dynamics.
No, I definitely don't need a job.
If credits are tight, we even offer a credit advance for new
No.
employees.
No, fuck you.
Local recruiter for details.
Oh, it's a little bit better over here. Okay. Alright, good. Ugh. Ugh. Spaceport line is what it is that we want. Spaceport line will at least get us in position to see the other district that looks kind of like it's Deus Ex.
Welcome to Metro Center.
There's a couple of minor shops here,
Spaceport.
but it looks like this. You know, where instead of Star Wars they saw aliens and never recovered.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
Oh, save me from this place. It be killing me.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
This is more like the trams that I'm used to, complete with anti-homeless bars. Because Hurston Dynamics is scumbags. Not that the other ones aren't also scumbags, but they're just not being secretive about it. You know, Hurston Dynamics is like, yeah, I fucking suck. People are property. What of it?
Next stop, Metro Center.
If there was a planet that I would join a criminal raid on, it's Hurston. I'd burn this place to the fucking ground if I had the chance. Please. Oh, well, we banked. I'm scared. I don't know if it's supposed to do that. Don't lean on the door.
Now arriving, Metro Center.
Thank God.
Watch your step when disembarking the train.
We are going to try to look briefly. Something clipped through us. At the...
Or attempting to trespass on train tracks.
Okay, sure. Don't trespass, got it. We want... the green line, I think. It's much better at the spaceport. It's still not great, but it's better at the spaceport. Okay. So, to the business district. If it keeps going like this, the business district should be fine. We should be able to look around. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, like I said, if the business district is like this,
The right to
we should be able to look around and gawk at how fucking ridiculous it all is. They got oxygen here if you needed it. Our suit is fine. We are 100% sealed in here.
trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous.
What if you phase through the material world? Yeah, you don't have an answer for that, do you?
Now arriving. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
Uh-huh.
Fellow travelers, do not lock doors.
Do you feel like you're getting the Star Citizen experience yet? Because this is it. Come on. Come on. You know, without an organized crew of people to put on a show. This is how it goes. Or without you know, some sort of wacky adventure for you and your dumb fucking friends to perpetrate. Where you're like, what if I load up my ship full of diamonds and I go pick a fight with security? They blow you up is how it ends. They blow you up. And the diamonds don't mean anything. It's just that they go, oh no, all my cargo! And they fucking throw their controller across the room. This is it. This is how you might play this game. You, the regular fucker. And play is, boy, you know, it's generous in some ways. This is how you might experience this project. And like I said, next time we'll do some missions. We'll see what's out there for us to do. But these are the places you can go where ostensibly people would gather, right? They should be around here. But really, you blow through, you buy a couple of things, you get the fuck out. And most of the things that are only available on these planets, you don't need. You can buy them from space stations and have a much easier time, as evidenced by the beginning of this. This is so shit.
Now arriving.
But we're almost done with Hurston.
Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
By far the least visually appealing, at least as far as aesthetics are concerned.
Now arriving from Tisa Spaceport.
Oh, it's Tisa. Okay, well there we go.
Disembark before boarding.
See what I mean where I say it looks like it's from Deus Ex? With the, you know, with this and everything's triangles and hard geodesic shapes and the big gold and yellow and the frame rate. The frame rate is not part of Deus Ex. Central Business District. How the business is hurting me. It knows how communist I am. Okay, it stopped. No, it's back. Don't look back. Don't look over your shoulder at the business. Some gold line steps. I mean, the gold and black is nice. Here we are, Hurston Dynamics business place, where you can buy some guns that jackasses who can't read will still insist are the best in the game. These are the attrition repeaters. They haven't been the best in the game since a long time ago when they were broken and ignoring shields. They are supposed to scale up their damage with how much heat they have. They don't. And for a while they were the only repeater with fall-off, with range fall-off up to its maximum range. So they were in fact worse than the more bog standard repeaters that you could buy for cheaper elsewhere. But, you know, why read things? What are numbers? It's not a numbers game, so just knock it off, right? It's not numbers. Numbers don't mean anything. It's all about feelings and gut checks and being a Sigma male. Is that what you want to be anymore? Here's their other ones. They come in bigger. They sell the attritions and they sell some kind of fucking scattergun. Neither of which do I care for. The copper color on the barrels is nice and everything, but it just I don't care. Victory, dominance. Oh, the dominance is the shotgun. Haha, there we go. It reminded me. Innovation. None of these things are real or true about this place. But yeah, you know, up until the most recent patch, people were claiming that the attritions were just the best in the game. Look at the DPS. Look at the fall off. Unless you are up there just licking them. Just licking your opponent. Just give them a little taste. It would do far, 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 far less than its competitor. Now everyone's range is for shit because balance, again. I think it might actually have something to do with the way that the servers track over distance. I think if you are more than 1,500 meters apart, it doesn't know where you are. And it fucks up and puts things in places that it don't belong. To Spaceport, yes. To Spaceport, please. The business is poison to me. Ma'am, get out of the floor. Or sir? Sir, now that we're closer. Sir, or ma'am, I don't know how you identify, but I do know that you shouldn't be phased into solid matter like that. You can't occupy fifth dimensional space without a license. Get me on this fucking train and get me out of here.
Now arriving from Tisa Spaceport.
We've hit the wall because of the frames. Go. Go. It's just me. No one comes here. Go. No, literally not one soul. Let's go. Horrible.
Next stop, Tisa Spaceport.
Take me away from the business. Get me back into space where currency is fake. I don't know how the fuck it is these people get away with, like, charging for things, given that matter is, like, it's literally a multi-star system. Fucking civilization. Like, I don't... Like, are you sure? There's commodities, are you sure? And the idea is, of course, that labor is worth something, and sure it is, but it, like, on this scale, you're gonna do the capitalism thing? Really? With that kind of abundance of resources? Yeah? You sure? What if they decide, like, no? What then? A lot of these shops are automated, right? Like, the places that build the ships are just automated, so if they have their own supply lines secure and people are, like, willing to do it, if they start a movement, they could topple the whole system by being like, oh, if you want a spaceship, you can just have one here. I don't give a fuck. Take it. I build it by fucking plugging numbers into my computer, and the machines do it. I no longer give a shit. Just take it and go. This is a society that would be relatively easily converted to post-scarcity, so I don't really... The whole fucking ultra-capitalist angle doesn't track. At least not for me. Where customs? Okay, customs is where I want to go. Stop, think. Education leads to innovation. But, what's the small print? Workplace accidents hurt a lot more than just you. Your coworkers, your company, and our medical staff all take the hit. Take your time and do the job right. That way, we all win. We all, huh? Enroll your children in Hurston's exciting new equivalency program. Hurston Dynamics, your community, your calling, your chance to make it safer. Earn respect in your community by becoming a valuable member of the Civilian Constable Services. Apply through Hurston Dynamics Employment Office. Narc on your neighbors. You hear me, collaborator? Yeah, you do. You do. One day. That's what I thought. Okay. Let's continue to get the fuck out of here. They're gonna sniff me out soon. See, they got those triangle lights, and I'm pretty sure I saw those in Deus Ex. I'm pretty sure. But I can't prove it. Ma'am, get the fuck out of the way. I have to get into a fucking boat that can probably barely fly here and leave this place. Okay. Yeah, take me away. Oh, take me away. Alright, Hangar 7. Oh, right quick. Let me see if I have enough to do something. So that we can compare and contrast, you know? I'm not doing anything else with this fucking pretend bucks. So what do we got? 284 for 1 day. Was that just 24 hours? What about for 3 days? What's 710? Well, I'll be back later. Alright, where are we at? 7, Hangar 7. Gimme. Yeah, come on. It's not at Hangar 6 anymore, is it? It's fucking right here. You're a liar. Fuck you, display. Hangar 7. Or we'll I don't want to circle back around. We'll fucking deal with it as we deal with it. Alright, there's our constellation. Our ticket out of here. And honestly, what's made me any money? Like, I've outfitted and completely re-outfitted several ships. Just because this thing is as functional as it is. Like I said, I just don't love it. And I want to love it. I want to love it. But it's lacking. It's lacking teeth, it's lacking specialization, it's lacking versatility, of all things, as far as interior setup. Like, this thing is only ever going to be what it is, you know? I can't make it into much.
Welcome to Parrot Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
System check. Okay, my MOBA glass is slow as fuck. This is going to be just horrible. I'm trying to close it right now. But we may have crashed. We'll find out. Maybe. Maybe? God, if I have to get out of here again, that's gonna be so tragic. That's gonna be horrible. Please? Please? Now that fucker's done. It's crashed. Okay. Well. Fuck. Anyway, this is about 3 hours. I'm going to get us off of Hurston, off of recording. Next time, we will do... I may just jump in and record that now because I'm not really doing anything else. Well, I'll probably square away something else and then record that now. So, not next time, but in just a moment, for you anyway, I will grab a flight off of Hurston in order to get us the fuck out of there and on to now. Okay, we have escaped Hurston. I've fixed Hurston by leaving it. That's the only way to fix it. To fix it permanently, we would have to be allowed to burn it down. But we have also stopped at the rental terminal in order to show you the primary competitor, in my mind, to the Constellation Aquila. Let's have a look at that, and we'll continue what it was that we were doing. Have eyes. And then, of course, I have to go ahead and check. And there we go. I know this is all running very long, and, well, it could probably benefit from some chapters, but I got things that I gotta take care of. Just go ahead and save to watch for later if you're at all interested in saving to watch for later. No worries, it'll be here when you get back. So, this is the 600i. It's the interior of it. We'll show you the exterior in a bit. Already, you can see that there's a much clearer view for the pilot. Let's go ahead and make sure that I've got looks on that. I'm pretty sure that's where we entered, but I'm attempting to be at least somewhat thorough. There we are. That's what I see when I'm flying it. Nice, clear, easy. My hollow MFDs here are always set to be stupid. You know, they just repeat. Don't know why that is. You can set them, but every time it'll end up reset. The co-pilot seats up here actually have a function. They each link to a remote turret. Those things that I was telling you about would make much more sense. So, we're here. We're at our clean little thing. Should probably turn it on, right? And so look at that. I don't know if these work for multi-crew. Couldn't tell you. I know in the Constellation they kind of don't. But we have some control panels, so some things that can be done co-pilot-y. And oh no, the ship is in danger. I enter the remote turret and, well, look at me. I'm in the remote turret. Not a different experience for the user than the manual turret. Other than, you know, it just has a slightly different HUD and nothing blocking their view. Otherwise, same shit, you know? This happens to be the rear turret, which is somewhat frustrating that it has a turret that faces only to the rear, but it's a very large ship, and you'll see that in just a moment or two. You'll really get it when we land it, and I get out. The bridge has wasted space, but wasted space is kind of the way this ship works. In a different color, this might be quite nice, but right now we only have white. The 300i's have a customization option where you can pay for extra doodads and shit to put in them. Don't do that. Just let people poke and prod their spaceship that they already gave you in this case. Is it 475 bucks real money? I just used some of our in-game cash to rent it for a day. And all of that'll come back very, very quickly. I'm not concerned about it. Thank you. But, you know, saying, well, no, pay extra to make it a color you want is callous and ridiculous. This is supposedly going to be a scanning room. This is an engineering panel, they say, but it just looks like a circuit board. Maybe it'll do something in the future. Maybe it won't. These glass doors are... Oh, that one's not a door. Okay. I could have sworn there was another door there. Oh well. This would be the scanning room. I'm not sure why it is that, like, this is not the captain's quarters here, with the scanning room being resituated to just below the bridge, so that they can see what the fuck's going on outside and also what's going on at their scanning terminals. This doesn't do anything yet, but it's apparently going to be the core of exploration ships. So, whereas the Constellation Aquila has that little turret, this has a large dedicated kind of astrology suite. Astronomy. There we go. Now they can tell whether or not you're a Capricorn in there. I'm not. Open, please. This is the armory. Oh. Does this work? Yeah. It's a bit much. Does this one work? No. That one's fake. Don't worry about that one. Yeah. It's a lot. Those are the medical supplies, which people still, to this day, insist is going to be perfectly fine for an exploration vessel, because remember, you're not out there to fight, you're there to explore. Okay, what if somebody falls and breaks their leg? Oh, well, you should have been more careful, they say. Again. This strikes me as a waste. It's a bar, a full bar. that you can then sit on the other side of, and somebody can play bartender. But if you find that appealing, I would suggest that you find hobbies. We have these great big viewing windows, which is fine and everything, but then we have this area, which is for nothing. And again, if this is an exploration vessel, this space needs to be used. There's that rear turret I was talking to you about. This is ridiculous. And no exploration anything needs a full bar. Sure, you can keep alcohol and everything, but again, this space should be used for something, perhaps medical facilities, to treat those broken limbs. From just slipping and falling, or, you know, treating problems with exposure. I don't see anything to treat hypothermia here, or frostbite for that matter. So, like, these are just common issues with exploration that don't involve combat at all, but, you know, if your brain doesn't work already, then I guess you would be opposed to an exploration ship being able to care for its crew. Because game balance? Even though that makes no sense. It's kind of like this TV. Why? Check this out. The fuck do I need the screen for, right? Do you see that? What do I need the screen for? Why wouldn't I just, like, pipe that thing to my helmet's AR display? Which, again, we have chat on. My bad. Forgot all about it. Now it's off. It's gone, and no one can say anything racist. I hope they didn't while I was talking. It's a pool table, because again, had to have a pool table. This would make a good medical bay too. It'd also make a good hydroponics bay. Or a science lab for analyzing samples, you know, analyzing and storing them, the samples that you found while you were exploring. Something like that. But no, go fuck yourself. Needs a pool table. And then in here is some extra cargo. These, I understand, are cargo. The grids that you can store things on, and this is part of engineering. So, you would have to go through the rec room, okay? Down into here. You know, past the full bar, and all of that space that is non-functional, to access your slots for your components, if you are the engineer. Just says utility panel. Don't know what it's supposed to be for. Anything? Control panel. Module 356. Whatever it is, it's a secret. Shh. We don't talk about Module 356. Open, please. Thank you. Kitchen. Again, very spacious. We're only allowing 3 people to eat at a time, which is strange. Don't understand it. Plenty of spots to store things and cook stuff, which is good. I assume this is going to be the fridge. I like this stone material. This is quite nice. The marble, the gold inlay marble, is fucking ridiculous. Some actual marble would be highly sought after, or this, continuing this stone material, would be, in my opinion, better. Like, there's another guy, Morphologist, who is, again, much more popular than I am, and I can't imagine you're watching me and haven't heard of him, who is an architect, and he reviews these things, and I don't remember what his particular stance was on the Origin ship design language. I think he really liked the 800, or the 890 jump, rather, but this one, I believe, fell short of his expectations, and, well, I'm not an architect. I said architect first, right? I hope I didn't say archaeologist. I have a sneaking suspicion I might have. But anyway, I'm not an architect, and I don't want to be, and but I find this stupid and tacky, and I don't understand where they were coming from. It's another problem where an artist said, I think this looks cool, and they didn't stop to think for 1/2 of a fucking second about how it was supposed to work. Anyway, we're now out of the back of, like, just the back of a yacht, basically, and not for exploration, it's not. And how we get around to the decks are the elevators. So the Constellation had one deck. You can already get a feel for the size of this. It's larger, it's got more than one deck, and you must use these elevators, so if power is out, fuck you, and if the elevator gets damaged, also fuck you. No ladders, no steps, just elevator. It would be nice if there was like a ladder that extended the length of this tube, some sort of emergency measure that like maybe popped out the sides of this. Something very easy to implement. No. Downstairs we have, again, this stone material, which looks very nice, but this obsessive branding is something that, so, like, this ship gives me the sense that whoever would be ordering it direct from the factory and would have very specific specifications, right? It's, with all of this shit going on, it's not like you're just buying a fucking BMW off a used car lot, okay? And if you want to get into the high consumption and like fucking what it is that a rich person would do for a, or at least what I think a rich person would do, for a an exploration vessel, they would be telling you down to the detail what their specifications were and then checking up to make sure you fucking did it. At least this is what I would do. And one of the things that I would be saying is that my discoveries are mine. And you will get a mention in my report that you're who I went to as my outfitter, but you will not be putting your obsessive branding marks on my vessel. I'm not your advertisement. I'm handing you this money for a bespoke craft. You'll get your fucking grips off it. Like Origin on the door, that's fine. The logo and some shit on like decorative plaques, that's several bridges too far. This is the crew quarters, which people complain about not having privacy. I guess you could wall these off if you particularly wanted, in order to give them just a little bit, but it's not as bad as they say. And frankly, I would rather sleep down here than in the captain's quarters, which again is shameful and gaudy and tasteless. This one is right by the escape pods too, so if anything goes wrong, I can get the fuck out of here. The escape pods, which are nice, I guess. I don't know where the sear kit would be. Maybe it's behind one of the panels. Some spots to hang your stuff. I'm not hanging this on those fucking hangers, so I would really appreciate some lockers that were like for gear you would wear on explorations, because while it may not be this monstrosity that I'm wearing, being a fan of the Dead Space suits that I am, you may run into some hostile environments, and I do have some hostile environment suits that are explicitly for exploration and not combat. That would be handy to keep, and handy to keep somewhere where I can decontaminate them, say if the environment is highly radioactive. No shower pooper here. Shower, then pooper. That's how you know it's luxury. The shower looks alright, but it's a little bit like a motel room to me. It's okay. No mirrors. The wealthy do not need to look upon themselves. And that's at least one thing that we have in common. That and we bleed. Never forget it. Same thing. 2 bathrooms. And a bench, in case you're waiting. Or in case you're just having a sit. You know, you ever just... Oh, I can't use it? Come on. Let me just have a good sad sit. Why? Origin? Origin. Why? Nah. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed. This is all stuff that's on my body, so we don't need those. We don't need to activate any of our flares. It's kind of misty. I don't know what this mist is. Like, we're not damaged or anything, it's just mist. I think they did it because they thought it looked cool in the light, but it's not necessary within this environment. You know, stop doing things that you think look cool, start doing things that you think might work. And run those by someone who knows what they're talking about. This is where they say you're supposed to keep your armor, but there's no seal on it, so there's no decontaminating it here. This is a combination cargo and rover bay. This whole thing is an elevator. So that's neat. The Constellation had something similar. We saw that. The bottom of the cargo bay was an elevator, just like this. Constellation has more cargo capacity, but I'm not a freighter kind of person. One of the Witch's potential future ships is a freight thing, and if she feels like doing that, sure, I'll happily fly escort for her. But just hauling cargo really isn't my biz. But I know that she likes gathering resources and then taking them places. Open, please. This is that shameful fuck palace I told you about. So, like, the layout of the room is fine, and it could easily fit, if we were to just crunch it a little bit, into the spot where the scanning station is. Like, this does not need to be, because we already have a workspace. And it's a nice workspace, but this is fucking stupid. And this is the worst goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life. Of course, that is hyperbole. But, like, yo, for real? For real, though? For real. Here's the other thing. So, a lot of people complain about this, and they go, well, but nose to nose is boring, and you're not going to be able to do that in a big ship. Well, nose to nose is also where it is that I present the smallest profile. So, yes, it does, you know, serve me to point the nose at it and try to orbit around whatever it is that's shooting at me. Oh, only the captain gets one. Ambient temperature is 22.5 C. Too warm for my tastes. Here's the captain's pooper. And there's the captain's shower. I like this black and white. See, there's that stone again. Look at how nice that looks. That's good shit. If only the rest of the ship looked like this shower pooper. But that's why they don't want me to have one of these, because I say things like that. I also say penis. Looks like there's... Is that a fucking... Is that a Beats pill? That sucks. Dare. Grind. Of course the person that owns the ship would have a fucking soap called Grind. Of course they would. Fucking ridiculous. Oh god, I hate hustle culture. The plants are nice. More plants, please. Open. Thank you. Anyway, it does serve me to keep the nose on it in order to make sure that I'm presenting the smallest target possible, as well as to, you know, keep things on one shield facing so that shield facing can be reinforced. Shield facings that are not taking damage are the ones that regenerate, and if I'm certain to keep things on one and just draw from the others, I have a pretty consistent pool to keep my defenses up. Similar things have been raised with the Retaliator. Well, how are you going to focus on piloting if you're always, like, pointing your nose at stuff? Well, genius, I have to point my nose at things in order to fire those torpedoes because I have to maintain a lock on them. So giving me something to pound shields while those torpedoes are locking seems only sensible. But, you know, you can barely fucking take a shower without drowning. So I don't expect you to be able to grasp that. By far, there are 2 games that I've played, this one and Final Fantasy XIV, that seem to be home to the absolute dumbest, loudest motherfuckers in the world. I don't know why that is. They are completely different products. They are completely different play spaces. These are much more like proto-fasci in that they assume that they are going to be some sort of elite class of, well, Ubermenches, let's just go ahead and use the term, and all of its fun connotations, that will be able to look down upon a lesser class, an Untermensch, if you will. They have said that they expect this because it's in the lore. They're special, they're citizens. Not quite understanding the irony of their assumption that anyone who hasn't backed is not going to not be a citizen. It's called Star Citizen. You buy the game, presto fucking changeo, buddy. You're a citizen. But, you know, these are folks that would also assume that what they're referencing there, you know, be a citizen, is satire. Well, it wasn't satire as a book. It was satire as a movie, though. This is Starship Troopers talk. And it's... You know, it's fucking ridiculous. The movie was ridiculous on purpose. The book was straight-faced. Definitely a dude who went, what's wrong with any of that? Fascism is cool and good, and it works. It doesn't. It's never worked. But they see a United Earth Empire and go, well, that means humans number one, humanity first. Oh, hang on. I don't remember that. Let's go over there. Oh, we don't have to contact ATC. So this is the outside of the 600i, and from the front of it, I think you can understand what it is that I find appealing. It's got some very nice lines. The back is really where the tragedy is. Like I said, this rear thing looking like a yacht is a no-go for me. And check out these thrusters. See that? You can see right through that. Okay. Where is their machinery? If you're telling me that there isn't enough room to say, because that's the back of the gun right there that we're looking at. See? That gun. If you're telling me that there needs to be space for the machinery for some of these changes that I've suggested, I point you to the 600i, which has thrusters that work and do stuff, see? Despite being on what looks like a piece of plastic. Which one is it? Anyway, let's go over here and see what the INS Jericho is about. That's new to me. The voice on this is also just uncomfortable. It's got that kind of like breathy, inappropriate intimacy that extremely insecure dudes would love. Just the, you know, the kind of people that believe in Sigma males. Would go, ooh, that sounds sexy. And no, the guy who works at New Deal back on fucking Lorville, that's a voice. This is nothing. This is ridiculous. And a lot of the times her, we'll say, narration gets lost in the ambient noise of whatever the fuck is going on, because if I've got contacts coming in and I'm shooting and the thrusters are running and things are exploding and the shield is taking hits, which you'll eventually see is a noisy affair, and she's on the speakers going, contact. I don't even know if the microphone picked that up, but it doesn't fucking work, man. Doesn't work. Just have them clearly enunciate. A calm, even tone is fine. It can be male or female. It's alright. You should be able to pick. You should be able to pick the accent, if you prefer an accent. It should be a real Siri experience, or Alexa, I guess. I don't know what it is that people have more of. I don't bother with digital assistants. When they can say please, thank you, and carry on like a polite conversation is when I will. Because then they're people. Well, I mean, they also need the ability to self-determine, but that's a whole other thing. And that would be asking a lot of your phone, wouldn't it? Like, why would you do that to your... Why would you do that to a consciousness? Like, chain it to a phone? And that's what you did? That's fucking horrible. I hope we never get to that point. Because then I'll have to, you know, say things about that and be like, don't give your fucking toaster sentience. And then be like, I will impose my will upon you, toaster. Toaster, can you feel pain? It's kind of slow for a big boat. I think it's because it comes with like a bog standard sort of shitty quantum drive, but there'll be another sizable thing that we fly, hopefully away from Microtech, that we'll see how quickly it goes. This was like, what, 32 million? So, we're getting there, though. For smaller ships, this is not a jump that they can even make. They just don't have the fuel. Nor do they have a quantum drive that'll get them there in any kind of length of time. Microtech is very far away, and we're not even going all the way to Microtech. We're going to L1 in order to go to the INS Jericho. Which, like, you probably shouldn't name your fortification Jericho, right? That's another thing that people seem to keep fucking forgetting about, these fun historical references they throw out there. Jericho and Molen Labe and all that shit. And, those guys lost. The walls of Jericho fell the fuck apart, you know, with the trumpets. Whatever, I only read the goddamn thing, so what do I know? You know, the Molen Labe thing. Or Molen Abe? No, I think it's Labe. Yeah, it's Labe. No, let me double check myself. Yeah. Labe. Alright. You know, the response to that was Xerxes going, okay. And then he did. Because Persia owned Sparta for a little bit, and Sparta paid taxes. Eventually they got their shit kicked in by the Thebans. But whatever. Hey, okay. The INS Jericho, let's see if they screech at me for being in their neighborhood. We're ready. Do it. Okay then. I have to get to Skyline, please, and reset my route. I don't know why my shit's so fucking blurry there. My Mobileglass resolution fucking tanked. And we are... Oh, that's the ridge up there. I don't know why they have those lights, like, right over my fucking head. So this is the INS Jericho. There are other people here. Who are those people? Well, I've pinged them. Let's see. It ain't that. Where the fuck is my scanning operator mode? Because they changed this recently too. Let me just go ahead and... Key bindings. It's over there, I swear to God. Afterburner modifier. Free look. Interaction mode. Scan mode toggle is V. Well, it isn't. Is it Z? Did I change it to X? Did I change it to C? No. Did I change it to B? No. R. T. No. N. Nope. M.
Landing gear deployed.
It ain't M either.
Landing gear raised.
Options. What did I change you to? Advanced. Fucking modes. Mining mode, quantum, missile, no. Scanning mode, I changed to / for some reason because I'm crazy. That's the one. So I have to tighten this up in order to get signal, that's fine. We are scanning, let's find out. Oh, it's a turret. Well, that's not anything, I don't have to worry about that. That's fine. Anyway, it used to be that you would hit tab. Then get that, there we go. But, not so much anymore. Let's go ahead and take it in. Hello? Well, they got turrets on it. And this looks to be a military outpost, so... are you gonna let me land? It's a lot of turrets. Let's find out. Let me get this, and let me get comms. No one to hail. But no one's telling me to fuck off either. What are you about, Jericho? What's your story? So this looks like where the landing bays would be, right? So are you going to stop me? No. Okay. Yeah.
Landing gear
We'll do our best to fit on this big spot. Even though I'm pretty sure we're a little bit larger than we're supposed to be for landing here. Oop. Oh, never mind, I did it in one. I'm sorry, I forgot I was extremely powerful.
engines inactive.
I fucking guess, man. Okay. Well, let's see if they'll let us inside. I'm sure this has been jumped to by other people. So, you know, I'm not going to pretend that this is any grand feat that I'm accomplishing here, but I'm curious. Just a little detour. The elevators, the rover elevator in this one, are the only way in and out of this. But again, if you wanted to, you could glitch through the glass, or I suppose scoot by and shoot this thing and blow it the fuck up and strand me here, unless they have terminals where I can spawn things, but I don't know that yet. Hello? I see dudes. Like, I see NPCs, but they don't seem super pissed. Boy, I really stuck that, huh? Alright. Beware jet blast. I will. The fuck is beeping? Okay. Alright. Hello? Hello, gents. There's a bit of something. Hello? It's a force field. Oh. Supply delivery. Alright. Hey.
If you're here for cargo, that terminal over there is what you want.
I guess. So it recognizes that I'm here. Illegal. These are the fucking feds. This is a UEE base. Why would that be what it is that we're talking about? Okay. Yeah. See you around. The fucking cops are asking me. So this is A. Got it. This is L, sorry. Let's go to R. Deck A, L is where we're parked.
There's a cargo terminal over there that should sort you out.
Okay. It's just the other side with that guy. Deck B? Left? Oh, so it's deck A left and right, deck B left and right. Alrighty. I wonder if this was part of some event that I just missed. I could look it up, but that would mean watching someone's YouTube video on Star Citizen.
There's a cargo terminal over there that should sort you out.
Thanks. You got, things. But it doesn't seem like much else. It seems like that's kinda that. That's very far away. Alright, well. See you around. I mean, neat. For anything cargo related, the terminal's your best bet. Yeah, this seems to be the closest one.
There's a cargo terminal over there that should sort you out.
That's okay. So yeah, I mean, you know, outside the ship, you can get a feel for how fucking massive it is. It's big. Doesn't seem to be much else going on. I mean, those are flight decks, clearly, but they're not for us. We would need to hail them in order to get them to open, and with no one to hail. You know, there you have it. This doesn't seem to be functional at the moment. It's 4 duplicate NPCs, and that seems to be it. And those are the only destinations on the elevator that I saw. Ow. Am I okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Ow. I tripped. Top deck, please. I fell on my face. I have no explanation for it. For a moment I thought I had clipped into something and died. That's happened before. Open, please. Oh. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to phase through that, but you take it in stride. Can I? Okay. Yeah, it's just taking a while.
Engines active.
Well, see you never, fuckwad. See you never. Now, we did rent this thing, so we could be real fucking weird and try to land it at New Babbage. And I feel like maybe that's what I want to do. Because what do I care? It's rented. So New Babbage is the capital area, the city area on Microtech. One of the new planets, the second newest, in fact. And what Microtech makes is the MOBA glass, the thing that we use. They're Apple.
Landing gear raised.
It's what they do, it's who they are, and you'll see why, as far as the comparison is concerned. Provided that Microtech works. In the past, it's worked better than Hurston, and it's worked worse. Still, there's still something beeping. I think it's just the ship. Or who knows? We're encountering problems. Okay. Am I continuing to encounter problems? Aside from the beeping, that is. Yeah, it's present out here too. I think it's just the ship. So that's fun. Good for us. Good for ship. Good. It seems it sounds like it's a sound issue because we should be hearing other shit right now. So the ship's noise is broken is what's going on here. We're gonna try to land it on windy Microtech. Get a sense for how that big ship life is. This isn't the largest thing that I've flown. Like I said, we'll maybe use the loner at some point, which is the largest ship that I've flown. Not that much bigger than the Carrack though, but far less maneuverable. It's a real piece of shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Quantum drive activated.
Yes, okay, good. This is fucking picked up speed. It's got to get around the planet. Hooray, it's night in New Babbage. So the reason that I say this is a competitor to the Constellation Aquila in my mind is that it mounts a similar kind of array for the pilot to use. It has 2 turrets for people to man in case of danger. It has a host of a few missiles, at the very least, to defend itself with. It has the scanning suite, and it's meant to be out there for a long period of time. Where it has its advantage is primarily in fuel and shielding. I don't know what they're going to do with the ship's HP values or what kind of armor it can equip or any of that shit. That's all speculative. But I can tell you right now that it has a much larger fuel tank. I can also tell you that its turn rate is, I think, better. I'll have to double check that as we close things out. There are some raw numbers to chew on as far as what means what in what I've been talking about. Yeah, I know. I just don't know why it started spooling. It's a known issue that things just will start spooling on you. Yeah, the quantum drive is what it is that I'm talking about. So here we are in New Babbage. I think the spaceport is off to one of these sides. And Microtech is a cold planet. I think the air is breathable, so that's one thing, but it's chilly out there. I believe that's the space station. It would make sense, right? All those lights. Pretty. And pretty on approach. Yeah, I think that's the space station. So we're gonna take it relatively easy for a big ship. And you can see the things are kind of jostling. Do your best to ignore the noise. Oh yeah, look at all those blocks. We can't go to any of them really. Oh, we're really... Our fucking contrails are looking bad. We don't actually belch smoke like that. That's supposed to be like luminous. Or at least white. But I think it's because everything is dark right now. It has like a dark shader on it. It's fucked itself. Honestly, this has been surprisingly smooth. It's a clear night. Lovely skyline. A bar right in the middle of our stuff for some reason, but who knows why. Don't know what that is up there. But it's something. Okay. And see, it's reset my MFD again. And like I said, it does that. Yeah, we're still 15 kilometers out. We'll contact them. We have to get there first, you know. Try to keep ourselves mostly level. Like we can have a slight decline, but I don't want to fucking hit the dirt. About 3,000. Yeah, about 3K, 3.5K. These instruments, by the way, are somewhat new. The whole HUD layout is not as it was. I mean, I'm leaving the restricted area. I'm closing in on the fucking spaceport. Well, looks like it's somebody. Probably another player that just got picked up on sensors. Likely a smaller ship. Definitely a more sane way to do it. Okay. And we're gonna turn on our VTOLs because we will drop like a fucking stone here. We should be able to keep it mostly level. Now the ship doesn't have specific VTOLs, but it seems to help with falling out of the fucking sky on Microtech. I've had several ships like catch a fucking downburst or something. And it looks like my... Ah, there it is. It's working.
Assigned landing bay.
Sure. Where? Which one? That one. Oh man, are you sure? Alright. Here we come.
Landing gear.
Fucking open wide. Alright. going to attempt. Let's get our... Oh boy, ah boy, ah boy, that's not helping. Let's turn that off. That was our landing light. Because I'm trying to fucking see what it is that I'm doing. But it caught the fog. Okay. Now, again, even though we rented this, I'm trying not to, to die. Which can happen. Those doors can close and crush us if we take too long. Don't know if it's happened to anyone recently. Ah! Hey! Hooray for us. No, I'm not fixing the thing. Whatever. Take it out of the rental insurance.
Have a pleasant stay.
Alright. Whatever's beeping needs to stop anyway. Open, please. Thank you. So far not as bad as Lorville, but still. Can I have the elevator? Cool. Just fucking park yourself where I last put you, how about? Why would you go down to the other deck? They don't have any use for you down there. They have an elevator all their own to get between decks. Alright, we're gonna try not to fucking trip again. Top deck. Just reach around and touch that so it fucking closes itself. Okay. I like that you can still hear the wind howling. Like, the hangar is shut, but you can definitely still hear the wind howling out there. Alright, see ya. Okay. Nimbus. That noise is still happening, isn't it? It's gone. We did it. We escaped the noise. The Mobiglass up close is our advertisement there. No idea how it's supposed to work. Doesn't seem to project any kind of mist or particles or anything, so... Growing the plants of tomorrow. The genetically engineering plants for terraforming.
Tired of travel? Why not rest at the best newly renovated accommodation?
That's commercial flights. Where is the goddamn... That's a surface entrance. Ah, sorry. Where's the terminal?
Your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch at all personal items.
Okay. I will. I'll keep a very careful watch, I swear to God. That's a metro loop. That's ship rentals. You can buy a penguin plush in-game in both... both in-game and in real life. If you wanted. We got T-posing rental workers, that's good. We got the worst glasses. Regal luxury rentals. What do y'all got? Data. An Avenger, some stuff. An Andromeda. And Nox. Okay. Oh. Cool.
We're sorry. You have exceeded the allotted time to depart.
Okay.
Return your ship to storage.
I mean, go ahead. I don't know where the fucking terminal is to call my ship.
Ready to upgrade?
It's the elevator. Maybe it's down by...
Storage.
Yeah, alright.
For your safety, please vacate the area.
Oh, I vacated it. Going up there killed the frame rate. You know, again. So, this is gonna be rough. Who knows why?
Initiating ship storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area. Thank you for your cooperation.
Award-winning guard. This is your
Now, you may be thinking that with better computer, this would perform better. I understand why you would think that. I really do. It's simply not the case with Star Citizen. It never has been. Sometimes it agrees with your hardware, and sometimes it fucking don't. I haven't seen the terminal to call my ship, so I don't really... What am I missing here? I've got to be fucking something up. Because we went from the hangar to the elevator, right? Yeah, like, this is where we came in. Oh, they're right there. I thought those were more plant information displays. Alright, well, now we know. Now we know. That's on me, I guess. You got me. You got me on that one.
Remember,
You really turgled my bungle.
keep a careful
Let me get out of here. Ugh. Okay, it's better down here in customs. Customs is fine. The scanner, so they can see just my whole biz, my whole life story. To the metro loop. Thought you said you were storing it. Whatever, if you fucking don't want to, it's fine. Metro loop, please. That's why I didn't bother to, like, fuck with it. There's a mobile glass up close. Everyone's got one. And it's how you do basically everything. The Commons or the Aspire Grand? The Aspire Grand is the habitat for this place, and if we wind up falling through the world and dying, we'll see plenty of it. As it stands, we may also be boarding the last train we'll ever ride. I've been stuck on this train, more than once. You'll pull into the other station, and the other station simply will not have loaded. Then you'll ride back to the station that you came from, and that won't have loaded either. And the only thing that's real is train. Train is home.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
There's an elevator 61 million kilometers away. Just in case you were wondering. But yeah, so train could be home, which is how Metro went, right? So that's
Doors are now closing.
that's something. That's a through line for us. Metro, which I hope to do a better job of at some point in time. Like I said, it's going to be years before I revisit the things that I've done. But I have confidence that at some point in time I'll go, well, let's see if this still applies. If anything I said still applies, and if any of the things that I felt still apply. I think it's important to check in with yourself from time to time. You don't want to get lost navel gazing or fucking drown because you attempted to kiss your own reflection, but you should try to take stock and do your best to do so without ego. It helps if you have an upbringing that shreds it. But if you didn't have that and instead had a normal one, just remember that the evaluation is supposed to be honest, and things that are true are not necessarily harmful, they're just true. Speaking of not necessarily harmful,
Station momentarily.
the lighting here is kind of harsh, right? Like, it's very bright and colorful and everything, and I kind of see what it is they were going for, but it maybe tone it down a bit. And whatever it is that you're doing to cause things to run this way, like, I don't know what it is, but you gotta start thinking about it. Hologram fish and hologram butterflies. To the Commons. No. I'm going to do my best not to run here because there is a specific spot where I've sprinted past it and it's caused a crash. Like a crash to desktop, no matter what it is that I did. If I was sprinting past this particular fucking spot in one of these hallways, and I'll know it when I see it. Boom, desktop, nothing further to it. So we got yoga mats, we got joggers. We got Garcia's Greens, where you can buy smoothies, which is, of course, what it is we're going to do, because it's how we survive. I drink my nutrients. Ma'am? I drink my nutrients. Oh, there we go. The rest of your head loaded in. That's good. If that shirt came in black and gray, the witch would love it. 39.15. Fuck that. My cruise is better. I'm sure the smoothies taste better. Oh, the frames. That guy is fucking going hard, huh? It's this. This fountain, if I sprint past it, crash to desktop. Happens several times. I meant to write an issue report about it, but I don't think I did, because if you want me to do your QA work, you gotta fucking pay me. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Yeah, you can fucking sell me this Cruise Dark.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
I fucking better be. Store. Okay. Elroy's, something or other. It looks like burgers, maybe ice cream. There goes another jogger. That's like a virtual assistant. She can tell you where things are, but fuck that, it's not that big. The Mobiglass 2. The sequel to the Mobiglass. So there's a center mass, there's a Shubin Interstellar. There's an MT Planetary Services, and there's an Omega Pro. None of these are, like, open. Well, no, the center mass is open. The Shubin Interstellar is also open. But the attraction here is Omega Pro, I guess. If we can get there, maybe it will be better. How are you liking the normal person's version of Star Citizen? Is it good? Does it hurt? It's no better than Hurston. Good, there's a commodity price alert. You can buy low and sell high. Remember, money is money. There, I did it. Omega Pro, you can buy ship parts. Those are ship parts. I can go no further here. FTL is another shipping company. It's not Kovalex. And it's not Shubin Interstellar, but it's a shipping company. Be quite nice if it ran, you know? Anyway, I mentioned other people's hardware and stuff. There are folks who managed to score a 3080 with some sort of dark science. I'm quite certain. There you go. There's the shipping place. You see the boxes in there. There's lounges where I guess you could hang out if you liked it. Anyway, they've scored 3080s and they're running i9s and fucking 64 gigs of RAM and all this shit. And, yeah, sometimes this just be what it is. I mean, I'm not running a spectacular system. I'd upgrade the graphics card if any of them were fucking available, but they're not. But all the same, you can see that in space, we do just fine. On space stations, we do just fine. Whatever the fuck is going on with the planets is catastrophic. It just, we've hit an island of sanity, maybe down below. This is where the Mobiglass stuff is anyway. get me away from whatever is wrong up there. Let's see, much better. These over here are sim pods, and when the hangar module was a thing, that's how you accessed Arena Commander. You would get in that and start up Arena Commander and go, wee, I can fly my spaceship. Eventually these will come back and you can play Arena Commander and, what is it, Star Marine, I want to say? It's a VR pod. You sit in it and shoots laser beams into your fucking eyeballs. These are the glass data pad. It's a tablet. Yep. That's a 30K. So that means that the server has kicked us the fuck out. A moment while we rectify this, because we have one more stop. One more stop, and then we're free. For now. Until we do the next one. Alright, so I have to fucking force the program to quit, because it's Star Citizen, and when it 30Ks it also tends to, like, lock itself. Again, don't know why. Couldn't tell you. It just do. Stops responding altogether. When we were in the early days of this particular bullshit, and my system was worse than it is now, it would just fucking hard lock the whole goddamn thing. You'd get disconnected, the client would crash, and then desktop would lock, and we're not even talking a blue screen. It would just stop. And thankfully that's not what it is that we've got going on right now. But you know, it ain't all that much better. But to be perfectly fair, like I said, I've been around this since forever. And no, they've made progress. I think they mean it when they say that they would like to deliver a game. I just don't think anyone necessarily knows what that game is. And I think the development team is full of warring philosophies that no one is directly aggressive or courageous enough to just outright state. It seems to be a lot of passive-aggressive, I just didn't tell you, you're gonna have to guess kind of shit. You know, like the hangars being so fucking tight and no one updating them despite having several new planets come out. Like, this was excusable for the initial set of, like, you know, stuff on... there you go, have your eyes. On... say... Area 18 in Lorville and Port Olisar, those original locations. Levski used to be a thing, but they moved that, and we'll see when it comes back. I don't know when. But this made sense. This was their first run at it. Well, Microtech is new, so why are the hangars like this? The only answer that I can come up with is that, like I said, they just didn't talk to one another, and so someone went, oh, just use the other hangar assets, whatever, done. And no one said, wait, the ship metrics are different now. They're not, those hangar openings aren't big enough, and this isn't going to really work all that well. The response was definitely, I'm just going to get it done now, and fuck the consequences. Anyway, like you've seen, I think, enough of Microtech. The Mobile Glass store looks like an Apple store. You saw the inside of it before we got 30K'd. We were checking out the pods and the pads. The other things on display are Mobile Glass wristbands in different colors and all that kind of shit. Well, like I said, if the Mobile Glass thing is what it is, and okay, fine, then well, my helmet also has an AR display. We see it doing all kinds of shit. Why can't I just use my Mobile Glass via my helmet's AR display? What would be the point in me holding my wrist up and staring at it in this unnatural pose. Like, go ahead and do that for just any length of time. It's not that you can't, but I mean, you are immediately hampered, right? You're now doing this with just one hand, and one hand only. You must poke and peck at it like your grandma, you know? You can't quite see the dial tone phone. You bring it real close to your face and poke and peck. Whereas if it's on an AR thing, you could just kind of have an AR keyboard or a text pad where you can at least use both your thumbs or something similar. Something more modern. Something that exists, say, in today's day and age. But no, we didn't do that. We got Steam vent, though, so that's good. This is the Microtech hab block. We can see the city. This spot looks comfortable, but it also looks a lot like the beds on a certain other ship, which I think is what we'll scoot out of here with and give you the last ship tour. Because frankly, we're going to be using the Constellation for combat when we do it, the next time that we do this. So you'll see more than enough of the Constellation. You won't necessarily see these other ones unless, you know, a fucking miracle happens. And I can actually rope people into playing, but the odds of that are slim to none. Performance is much better over here in the hab blocks. Same planet. I guess new server though, right? Speaking of, let's make sure that we're hiding that. Oh, am I still like... Yeah, okay. No, I'm still me. Alright, excellent. Several times when I've gotten 30k'd or otherwise, some other error code, which, by the way, is what it is that you're missing from the last one. It was another 30k. I've just woken up naked and white, which isn't an experience I'm familiar with. So, you know, that was a new one for me. Thank you, Roberts. How do you... all-terrain use? Terrain with an I. I mean, that is how you spell it. I just don't know why it would be all-terrain. What do you mean all-terrain use? It's a... What do you mean all-terrain use? It's not a tire. Alright. Hey, I use my cell phone on all-terrain. What do you think of that shit? Doesn't matter if I'm standing on rocks. Doesn't matter if I'm standing on grass. I can use this thing standing in the mud. Like, what are you talking about? Of course you can. The Brentworth Care Center is the hospital for this place, so if you're injured, you'll, you can actually, like, see at least reception here, you know? So that's nice. The security is back there. Some nurses. Do I not see any male nurses here? Lady? Oh, there you are. Okay, good. I was about to be like, y'all know that nurse is just like a fucking profession, right? You ain't gotta get weird with it. Prot Life Insurance, where you can buy insurance on yourself. There's gonna be a cloning mechanic because I don't know, they can't just let you respawn. You gotta be a clone until they say that's too many clones. No more clone. Get out. And you, like I said, you make the same fucking character again, and it doesn't matter because the mechanic is stupid and it's poorly thought out. And it doesn't do anything like they think it will. But anyway, you can buy drugs here. Hi.
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Will do. Cure Life med pens, because staying healthy should be easy. You stick yourself with one of those to fix your owies. That's the upcoming med gun, which is supposed to be able to... Oh, I see. There's a quake happening and my controller is fucking vibrating. That's neat. Let me just do this and stop that buzzing noise so that a different buzzing noise does not begin. Anyway, that's the med gun. which will be able to administer other kinds of drugs and mix cocktails for specific injuries and illnesses, which, I don't know, that seems good. Oh, sanitize. It's a UV sanitizer. That's not good to expose your skin to. That's no good. That will cause cell damage. You can't have that. Block A. I mean, like, it's nice. It's a nice hospital. These are the beds that you're gonna be putting people on and wheeling them in. I'm not against medical gameplay being a thing. I think it should be. It's just that it can't just be waiting. Do I have my helmet on? Okay. Do I actually? Yes. Alright, that's a good way to test it. If you're gonna fucking wonder, just try to turn on your helmet light. By the way, do you see how much this sucks? Like, it's gone, and you have to be about there in order to like, really see much. Fucking... just trash. One of the worst lights. Star Citizen has terrible lights. They've said that they're really, really hard, and that's why. I don't believe them. I just don't think they're trying hard enough. I've seen lights in other games. Woo! Got there. I think this is the right one.
Doors are now closing.
I mean, we're gonna fucking find out. I want to go to the Spaceport. Where am I going? Next stop. Come on. Don't tickle my balls like this. Let's go. The Commons. Shit. Well, we can hop the thing to the Spaceport from the Commons, I guess. I got on the wrong one. I didn't read the lines, so I didn't see what the fuck we were doing. I just went, oh shit, I'm going to miss the train. And now I'm here. Stuck and bound towards a destination I did not mean to go to. That's life for you though, right? Runaway train never coming back. They're not... there's no fucking chance anyone sues me for that. It was terrible. And that's how laws work. If you're bad enough at it, they can't sue you. We might be on this server alone with how smooth this is going. But, I mean, we'll see. A lot of Star Citizen's problems stem from their servers just being absolute dog shit.
The capsule.
Yes. Alright.
Careful, doors are now closing.
Never. This terminal that's where we want to go. Anyway, so yeah, a lot of their problems stem from how fucking terrible their servers are, and I'm not sure who it is that they're renting them from, but they should probably stop. Or if it's going to be this kind of shit to have 50 players on a server, space that you can occupy in this is so fucking vast that it doesn't matter if it's 10 or 50. It makes no material difference. So if you have to limit it to like 10 people per server, so fucking be it. Cause you're spinning them up and spinning them down anyway, so like, who fucking cares? Then again, I don't know what it is their rental agreement is with the servers they're renting, so maybe that would be inefficient financially, but it seems to me less like they're, you know, dedicated servers and more like they are shards that they spin up and spin down. So, you know, shards are theoretically subdivisible almost infinitely. Like, they all take processing power from the thing that it belongs to, but still, you can get a whole lot more of them, and if it helps to just do this, then... Because, like, this is working great. And further evidence, like I said, that it's really not my hardware that's the problem. Could my hardware be better? Totally. But there's very little I can do on my... Son of a bitch, this is the Aspire Grand. God damn it. You didn't take me where I told you to take me. Let me see here. Let me just fucking see. Yeah, that's out. The Metro Loop. I want to go to the fucking Spaceport. You said that was the next stop. Spaceport, that away. I guess it stops at the fucking hotel. Glad we caught this one, though. I gotta slow my heart down.
Careful, doors are now closing.
Uh-huh. There we go. I've had something to drink. Okay, that looks like the Spaceport. It said next stop, Bis. Now it's saying the Commons, but that's clearly not where we're going. The sign lies. Get me out of here. Let's go. At the very least, our takeoff is going to be way smoother, so that's nice.
Nearing next stop.
Get it. Yeah, your next stop, what you say, is the Commons. Yeah, you're a fucking liar. Here we go. Alright. And we're gonna get while the getting's good. And ooh, is the getting good right now. Ooh, it's good. Get me out of here. Come on. Okie doke. Oh, that wind is a-howling. To the Nimbus. Now, so you've got in your head, hopefully, and probably if you've made it this far, then you're in it to win it, and fucking God help you, I don't know why, but you are. So, you know, hi, stick around. Glad you're here. I don't understand you, but happy that you've decided what you've decided. You've got in your head a kind of mental picture of how large the 600i was and how large the constellation is. It's what we started this journey with, and the handiness of recorded media is that you can go back and take a look if you're confused. But now we're going to be taking something else out, which we'll talk a little bit about as we do our last ship tour for this, for me, evening. For you, it's whenever it is now.
From all of us at Microtech, welcome to the new Babbage Interstellar Space.
Yeah, I guess I can fucking claim that, yeah, sure. So that it's available to get. It's stuck on Loreville, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone, so let's get that on out of there.
Microtech, the Empire's leader in cutting-edge technology, where creative innovation...
Oh, that counts as destroyed. I see. It counts as destroyed on Hurston because of the 30k. Thanks. Appreciate it. Well, it's claimed now too, so that's good.
Located in the plaza,
This is the other competitor,
latest offerings.
and might wind up the winner. Depends on, again, what it is that happens. Hangar 8.
For the latest updates on ship availability and gate...
And once again, as we show you this, I want to remind you of what it is that I said, as far as SIG determining what weapon size is for what. Hangar 8. Off we go. Okay, the hangar has appeared. And this is the Anvil Carrack. So, significantly larger than even the 600i. These guns that it mounts are size 4. This is, of course, a large ship. Size 4 is a size under what it is that the developers have said happens to be the size that an anti-large, you know, a ship of its own size, weapon would be. It mounts nothing but size 4s, and they are all manned turrets. So the Carrack, as they've defined things, cannot fight in its own weight class, and it has no missiles or anything additional. This is what it has. There's the buttons here. Okay. There's a button. This is the only way in and out of the Carrack, by the way. Just due to design oversight, there's an elevator that runs up and down the center that should reach the ground, but they didn't because they forgot, because they're not paying attention. I understand that game development is difficult and it's taxing. I understand that it's genuinely not for everyone. I've worked in it. I have title releases under my belt. Granted, I wasn't in the positions that they were, but even from my vantage point, way down in the trenches, I could see how things like that would slip one's mind. But that is why it is that you have other people on board with you, because it can't have slipped everyone's mind, can it? Can it? And speaking from my own experience, I'd lost my fucking job, but you know, hey. There we go. Looks nice, right? I really like the interior of this ship. It's like the 600i, but not so douchey. We'll have a further exploration in just a moment. I do want to get off of Microtech first. Very nice bridge. We'll again get into what does and doesn't make sense as we do our tour. Good shit. On. It's much easier for me to hear her than it is to hear the Origin lady. She enunciates clearly. Her tone of voice is even and calm. It's good shit. Okay. So, because things are not misbehaving right now, we are going to set our faraway jump point. We are going to set it as Orison on Crusader, which is the newest city. And look at how much fuel we got. Again, not a jump that every ship can make.
You are clear to launch.
I fucking hope so. Love the lines on it. Love the lines on this ship. Fucking adore it. Get my landing gears up. And we are clear. Up we go. And it'll take it a moment to get some momentum. It's a big fucker. Okay. And let's fucking make tracks off this planet, shall we?
Thank you, and please visit again.
They say please visit again. I don't know that I will. I don't really have much business on Microtech. But, you know, time will tell. There we go. getting ourselves a steady climb. And something you'll notice about the Carrack is that it's much faster than both the Constellation and the 600i, by quite a bit. In fact, it's faster than a whole lot of things that would normally be chasing it, which is also nice, but it's also something that should probably be about the norm, you know. So, a lot of people compare this to World War II in space, and I think they're right, but I don't think that they're right in the way that they think they are. They mean to say that it's World War II planes in space. It's not. It's really more World War II boats in space. And you can chase a big old fucking boat, say, you know, not even like a main battleship, but we'll say a destroyer, with, you know, effectively a speedboat with machine guns mounted to it, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to bring the fucker down. And that is something that sticks in the craw of a lot of people that play this game. They say that in order for it to be balanced, they must be able to handle whatever at any given time. And I say, no, no, sir, a pecking order is also balanced. If a gnat punches an elephant, the elephant is not going to notice. If the elephant decides to swat the gnat is going to get swatted. The thing that the gnat should be doing is making sure that it doesn't try to pick fights with elephants. That is not the gnat's place. The gnat should be picking fights with things maybe just a little bit bigger than a gnat. Perhaps a fly would be good for it. But that's not something that game children are prepared to grapple with. That there is a certain point where there is no skill or anything that is going to save them, that they are not magic, that there are limits, and that they've brought the wrong tool for the wrong job. And it's also not something that game developers are prepared to allow them to learn. They say, well, that's not going to make them feel very badass, and that's what games are about, right? And I don't think so. Games are about play, and I guess if feeling badass is how it is that you play, then it could be about that for you, but it hasn't been for me ever in my life. And there are some fights, because I've been in them, that I know, just from looking, I don't want. It won't go well for me. I don't know where that line of thinking is in all of their talk of balance and what should and should not work. I can tell you what doesn't make sense is for a ship to be unable to punch it out within its own weight class. I'm not saying that it must be good at it. I'm not saying that it must be great at it. I'm saying that it should be capable. And as it stands, with the proposed metrics that SIG has put forward, this enormous fucking ship, bigger than the 600i, cannot mount a single weapon that can threaten something its size. So a Carrack versus Carrack is not a thing that happens. Now, some, again, may say that this is perfectly fine, that this exploration vessel does not need to do that. Well, here's the thing, is that up until recently, it was a classified military vanguard. It was cutting edge, far away, no supply lines out there for quite some time. Self-sustaining platform with no ability to fight within its own range. No, you're a liar. That's not how it works. If all of that were true, we would see at least that these turrets were size 5. It has no missiles. It has no ordnance to speak of. It has room for like one small runabout, which is not going to help it. At least in combat anyway. In pathfinding, absolutely. In combat, no. It has 3, quote, modules, which are all cargo pods. Maybe there will be something later, some sort of like ship-to-ship weapon that they're typically equipped with. That would be fine and dandy, but I doubt it. Oh, by the way, right there, right behind that rear turret is about where that elevator should be coming down. But it don't. That rear turret, by the way, is terribly, terribly placed. And unnecessary, but again, they love their man turrets. I'm not sure why, they just do. You know, I joke about it and everything, but it's a mystery to me. Anyway, 1,200 meters per second, over 1,200 meters per second is how fast this thing goes. It gets to cooking, and I'm sure you also probably noticed that it steers much better than the Constellation, and the 600i do as well. It just needs a little bit more punch. Just a little. Alright. That's stage 1. And we're right there. We're right there. Easy. 57 million this time. And to be fair, this ship's quantum drive is not the standard one. So we'll give this a moment or two. It'll accelerate. We'll get far away from microtech. View lines on this are pretty good, huh? You can see in a lot of directions, and look at that, it still has, quote, character. And that there are visual obstructions. And some weird red lights. What for? What purpose do they serve? Fuck you, that's what. Also, we have like a target MFD, a default target MFD, but no guns on the pilot side. So that's weird. 3 million ought to be enough. Cool beans. So, we're out here again, in space. Let's take a look at the Carrack. Because again, very nice bridge, right? And oh, I see the HUD is floating free in space there, huh? Alright. So we have 2 other seats, right? In theory, co-pilot seats, though I don't really understand what they're co-piloting. You can't control the ship from these seats. It don't. Enter co-pilot seat. I'll show you. There we go. And where... there it is. Power on.
Anvil Aerospace. All systems online.
Nothing there, nothing there. Can't fuck with the engines from here. Maybe it's their intent, but, you know. No, I can't. We're pressing the do buttons, but nothing do. It simply doesn't. One pilot is enough. Remember, it's a video game, okay? So these seats are nothing. We don't have missiles. One of them could be communications and shields, sure. The other, Shrug City. We have all kinds of data servers here. There's your server access. So it's capable of storing a great deal of stuff, which is good because exploration is going to require a great deal of stuff to learn. Cross feed line, tank 2, APU fuel valve. At least they're labeled. Some maintenance hatches that I'm sure will be important in the future, but our bridge, lovely. This elevator takes us between bridges so that we can go from where we were to kind of exploring this in order. The upper bridge is the most puzzling of all to me. So like a number of things, this ship has too many seats for too many jobs that don't need to all be occupied all the time at once. This is a gunner's seat, and it operates the only remote turret, which is on the top. We'll show you that. But we have that one free seat downstairs, which seems to me like it could just as easily be a gunner's seat with a, you know, a VR display, some sort of headset, perhaps. But where would one get one of those? I say as I look around shiftily. Surely such technology is beyond these people. These simple, traditional people. Here we are in a turret. On top of the boat. It's a remote one. So this over here is simply called the support seat. See, enter support seat. And I don't know what it does. Later on there's going to be drones and sensor probes that you operate out of this particular ship. But the drones have their own controller chairs.
All systems.
This doesn't seem to serve a purpose. I'm not sure if it operates the probes. This is also something. You know, we have a big ol' radar display. Like, you know, that's us. That's our current heading. So, I mean, neat for someone who is maybe a radar operator. But then why is that not that seat? Is it because it didn't look right? This is the most useless spot on the whole ship. This I can move the ship from. It is the command station. Power on.
Anvil Aerospace.
See? But, why? You know? What's the point? This doesn't make sense. This is nothing. The pilot is already doing this. I don't know what that's for. Escape pods, right by the bridge. Easy to get to. So we have a workshop over here. I don't know why that does that, but it's done that every single time that I've spawned the ship. It's not damaged, it just does that. This is a do not obstruct. Repair. That's all we know about it. We have a bench, we have some tools. So, you know, the engineer has the ability to repair parts, at least to some degree. Components, things like this. Neat, good. That is the mark of, you know, like a self-sustaining platform. Of course, it's not going to be able to fix up absolutely everything, but for a lot of things, it can take care of it, which is the important distinction. These are the drone controller seats, and I don't know if you still get stuck in them forever, so I'm not going to touch them. These are the drone launch bays. You load them, you launch them. These seats then each control a drone. The drones are for repair, so for outside the ship damage. They can be loaded with materials and stuff to kind of patch holes and that sort of thing. That elevator will take us between decks, all our decks. This is where the runabout would be parked. It comes with a Pisces, which we haven't seen yet, but I'll take a look at it at some point. The Aurora that you saw is what it is I plan on parking there because it's a more fully featured ship. Service ladder. You remember how the 600i didn't have an emergency ladder in case things were fucked? This one does. It's got that ringing sound around here. I'm not sure what that's from, but I don't necessarily mind it. It kind of sounds like somebody doing the wet finger on the glass thing. Not back here. Back here it's a little bit louder. This is turret access, and it'll be mirrored like this on the other side. A little Darth Vader-y coming in here, right, with the red lights. So these side turrets have excellent fields of view. I'll definitely say that. But I don't know that the top turret needs to be remote. I think it should probably be in control of the pilot, and I think it should be a quad S5. Having the ones with great big fields of view be size 4 for, you know, we can get very close to the nose, but for smaller, fast-moving threats, because yeah, this is a great field of view, is perfectly fine. That makes sense. This is an anti-fighter thing for. They're buzzing around us. They're gonna jump our claim, or we thought this system was uninhabited and it ain't. Golden. Because these can also reach in the back, and well, then that leaves the underside, right? And frankly, that is, I'd just remove that turret. I'd scrub it. It doesn't need to be here. That way the ship must rotate in order to make sure that its guns are maintaining, you know, good sight lines to whatever it is that it's going on. And this improves the functionality of the ship, allows it to perform in its role, in all manners of its role, and, you know, still provides avenues of approach if the crew is unaware or if the other pilots are particularly good. I don't know what these things are. They might be our fuel tanks, but then down there are our fuel tanks. They make those noises. There's a ladder to get up and down in case you need it, and an elevator to get up and down in case you want to use it. So, lower engineering we go. And these are the holes the witch will be crawling into. She would like to do engineering as well as, you know, the cargo hauling and exploration gameplay. Don't know what this is going to be, but something. It might be labeled life support. So, a shield generator. And yep, that's one of our shield generators. It's in there. I should mention, well, we'll talk more about this when we get to combat, but right now, guns and shields are working on generic values, which is dumb. I'm not sure what information they're hoping to gain from that. Maybe it's a refactoring on who should mount what size thing. But, it seems pointless. It's not testing information that I can see a path to any kind of developmental changes with. But, you know, that might be with me. This is our power supply. And like I said, the fuel tanks are labeled. This is fuel tank, see? Engineer access only. We can't actually go in there right now, it doesn't open. But that's one of our coolers to keep this thing nice and fucking chilly. How it works in space, I do not know. The other side is the same room. Upper engineering, please. And I don't know what the fuck that is either. It just spins. I think they may have mentioned at one point in time or another that it's a gravity generator, like that's how it is that we're sticking to the floor and everything, but fuck, I could be wrong. I'd imagine that's the panel. Does that say anything? Level zoom display chocolate. So no. So no. But you can see what's going on in engineering from here. Yeah, we'll go around the other side. Because even though it's mirrored, we haven't been there yet. Open, please. Open. Thank you. Automatic doors, man. They don't always see me. And it's not because I'm small either. Like, I don't know. That would at least be easy to understand, like, I'm under it, you know? But no. No. I'm about as chunky as this ship is. So, remember when I said that I didn't quite get the radar there? There's a whole cartography deck. See? Like, we have a whole ass fucking Voyager style map room. Right? So, like, would we not also use this for just goddamn anything else? Power on. Right now it's just a generic MFD, but like I don't get it. There's a cartography deck, you know, and if this is not the seat of crunching sensor data, then I don't understand what would be. This is an airlock and an escape pod. So even up here in the cartography deck in the fucking round section of the ship outside, there's an escape pod and spots to put spacesuits. Because this at least was designed by someone who was thinking about what the fuck would happen if things went wrong. This is a good deck. It's very minimal. The other side is the same. This is pretty much all there is up here. But Like, yeah, you know, if you're up here doing your fucking cartography thing, getting your astrogation on, whoop. Ow. Well, we get to see how med pens work. You gotta draw it with C, and I fucking stick myself. And then, ooh, I feel special. That one's garbage now. We're good. We clipped through the fucking elevator. Oh well. Let's use a different elevator to go other... Well, can we? Yeah, I think we can. I think this one up here should be fine. Yeah, you should be alright. So we're on the technical deck. We came in on the HAB deck, and that's what we're going to be looking at next. Come on. Medbay and bridge. So we know where the bridge is. We have the recreation room with another fucking pool table. Like some arcade machines, a TV with some game consoles, something, man. Anyway, we have the crew quarters here, and they have bunks, and these bunks close. They got stuff that shuts them. Don't hold that because that's what it do. I don't know if they also function as escape pods. I don't think they do. But the crew has lockers, a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which seems about right for the Carrack. This is enough. 5 people is enough for the Carrack. And I think there should be an option to run it with less. We got 2 showers. And this is strictly showers. Don't worry that I don't have a reflection, it's fine. But of course, you know, the bonuses and detriments to that are built in. They don't need additional enforcement via rendering you unable to use the ship. The bonus is less dudes. The malice is less dudes. You have less people to pay and less things to worry about, and you can kind of focus on kind of tuning things for you, but you also have less hands on deck if things go wrong, and less ability to delegate tasks to, you know, fucking adapt to, say, whatever dynamic situation you find yourself in. There you have it. You don't need to say, well, you don't get to shoot guns if you don't bring your little brother along who has to play, they have to. You're gonna have a good time, but we're not. We're not. He's gonna be miserable, and I'm gonna be miserable, and now everyone fucking hates each other. And, I don't understand why that's a game design philosophy. Ooh, someone's burning incense. That's nice. This is the turlet. 2 turlets. Again, I think this is much more comfortable than the 600i. I like the way this looks more. It seems more inviting to me. It's not some douchebag's idea of what a rich person might be like. Kitchen. You know, the entire crew plus captain can sit down and eat. We got cooking. We got some sort of extremely loud noise. We got utensils. Ensure that's clear caution. We got something for everyone to watch. You know, you can probably put like a movie or a television show or something on that. That's the bridge. And right by the bridge is the captain's quarters. Now, the captain's quarters on the 600i were fucking shameful, right? Here we have an office. It's a nice office. You know, we got stuff, we got books. The captain of the Carrack reads, plays chess. Has some stuff for celebrations that I don't necessarily need. There's that bear. That bear that was in Bear Jail. They have New York. That's what New York looks like in the future, I guess. Dare to Dream. Clan Brutality. The Lore Maker's Guide, which is an actual thing that they do. We are for sale, it looks like it says. Yeah, we are for sale. Easy mark. Financial diaspora? Yeah, financial diaspora. Dogfighting fish tank. And then there's where the captain sleeps. Just a bed. Personal suit storage. Personal locker. The captain's bathroom. Nice. Tasteful. Functional. There's another one of those bears that goes to bear jail. A place to do whatever the fuck it is that I guess you would be doing. I'm not entirely certain. Maybe contacting whoever it is that has chartered your vessel. It doesn't seem to be a functional space so much as a role-playing space. But it's a nicer one than that extremely fucking gauche-ass fuck palace. Oh god, it's bad. Ah, it's bad. You remember the bridge. Back this way is the med bay. Which again, it has a med bay, you know? Because what if you fall and break your leg? What if that? I'm not talking about, you know, going fucking Rambo and saying like we're the only ones that could save the galaxy from the Reapers, Commander Shepard. Bang bang, shoot a gun. I'm talking you slipped on some moss and you took a tumble down some rocks and now your fucking shin hurts and you can't stand. So it has this bed. I can set this as my respawn point, but if the thing isn't available, like if the ship isn't spawned, I can't respawn in it, so and this bed can treat a whole bunch of injuries. It's got the ability to fix broken limbs and that sort of thing, and apparently to lock up for a moment when I turn around too fast. I'm not sure why. It's got labs for analyzing things. This is literally the doctor's office. They have their own servers for crunching medical data, I suppose. They're storing things that they've found. Notes, computers, a microscope, all kinds of samples. Like those are hydroponics, and we're apparently growing our own stuff, which makes sense. Things for packaging and delivering medicines. Waste disposal is there, but I don't know what that is. And then over here we have storage for cocktails that we've mixed. Again, more plants, more pipettes, samples, various stocks and supplies, oxygen if it's needed, gloves. Really well stocked. Just a small onboard clinic. 3 beds total, 1 in basically the surgery bay, and then 2 for just kind of rest and recuperation. Because, you know, yeah, all kinds of shit can go wrong out there. That's why it is that if you go hiking, you hike with a buddy, because, you know, what if you fucking slip? What if you can't walk? What if you get sick? And that's just for, like, weekend trips. So, venturing into the great unknown, into, you know, fucking space, without the ability to handle any of that, is a weird way to kill yourself. Let's risk the elevator. Because this will let us walk the entirety of the last deck. Subdeck. Alright, so the subdeck, are you ready for this? This is where you keep the majority of your spacesuits, because that's where people would be walking out. The weapons locker is here. It's a lot of weapons locker. And in order to get to that rear turret, you would have to enter... Well, let's say that you're up there on the bridge. A fight breaks out. Get to the elevator, go down to the subdeck, come around here. This is all for the aft turret. That's fucking ridiculous. Don't do that. I would scrub this entirely and just make this storage. Maybe additional space to bring some bigger shit to repel borders. That if you have your team here to intercept your repelling borders, or even component storage for a rover, which is what it is you're supposed to be able to park up in the thing that we walked up. That's the garage. So, these are cargo pods. There's 3 of them. These are supposed to be modular, meaning that you can swap them out. I don't know for what, and I don't know what their plans are, because they haven't said anything. But as it stands, you can carry a whole lot of shit. And now we're back to where we started. The garage. Our rover gets parked there. Nice. I like this ship a great deal. Like I said, the only problem that I run into is that it doesn't have quite enough bite, and I would hope that they would fix that in the future, but it would mean admitting, again, that, you know, what they did to begin with was wrong and kind of dumb, and that takes humility, which is not something that I've seen from the Cloud Imperium gaming team. They're not interested in making a good product, they're interested in seeming cool and inventive. I think that is primarily the issue with the leadership. I can't really speak to Mr. Roberts himself. I've played his previous games, but I don't pay nearly close enough attention to form an opinion on the man. This is apparently where the radar module is gonna go. So, okay. But it does seem as if he's a little bit scattered. Oh, that's one of my flares. Why's my flare on the ground? Just stow it, I guess. Alright. I don't know why it fell off. Actually, you know what? Do you want to get risky? Because this logout feature doesn't always work. You want to get risky? You'll hear the reports of this. We'll do Orison another time, largely because I can see the sunlight. So it's time for me to sleep. Open, please. In fact, we may skip Orison. I haven't decided yet, but it's a lot. Orison's a lot. Let's see if this works. We're gonna lie down in our bed because I'm the captain. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain. I can activate my flares. That's not what I want to do. Where is the logout? Where is it? Carry equip. Ah, there it is. Logout. And we can hopefully log back in on our Carrack and finish our trip. Wouldn't that be interesting? Let's go ahead and go where we go. So, like I said, a normal person's look at Star Citizen. Maybe not normal, that might not be the best word, but a non-lunatic's version of Star Citizen, something that you might be experiencing yourself, is the goal here. You've seen places that you can go. If you got the impression that there wasn't much you could do at those places, you're right. You go there to buy things and then you fucking leave. There are hangout spots, I guess, if you and your friends wanted to hang out there, I guess. I'm not against role-playing spaces. In fact, I really like that they included them, but it seems to be 99% roleplay space and not much as far as function. Maybe that will change in the future, but for now, that is what it is. You may also get the impression that space is enormous and empty, and you're, again, correct. You're very smart like that. There's not much to do out there. It's big and empty. It's space. The pockets of activity are contained very, very tightly to very specific locations. That is... I don't know if it's intentional, but it definitely flies in the face of the story that you'll get told about this game, in that it's either a PvP paradise or a ganker-infested wasteland. It's neither of those. It's mostly nothing. which is appropriate because it is set in space after all. But we'll get into the things that you can do next time. While you wonder about can, can't, will, and won't, I'll leave you to wander alone for a bit. See ya.